Cool beans. So with that, we are live. Welcome back everybody to Kingless Chronicle. Last time, the party, half Bub and Snacks hit the books and went over to get their college degrees. They decided to extremely goofy. There we go. Alright, hopefully that's not going to be a running theme for OBS today. Yes, Bub and Snacks, extremely goofy movie. Meanwhile, the rest of the party had Ferris Bueller's Day Off in the town. I don't care if that's a bad metaphor, it works good enough for me. They got up to some shenanigans, met Eleanor's mother, interacted with her, made some promises. Yorm and Delon and Gildas made a promise and also had a good time in the pub. Delon and Gildas interacted with Aramu, where they learned some more puzzle pieces to her plot. Interesting and a good session. Go check it out if you haven't already. But without further ado, we're going to get right back into it. So party, last time when you were hanging out in Asterium, you were, I believe we left off with the party heading back to the college, correct?
Yes.
Excellent. So you guys make your way back to the college where Bub and the gang are at. Just gonna drop that there. Put this up here as well. I don't know why that token's on there, but it is. Weird red Negus token for no reason. Sure, I had a reason, but it's been forgotten. Alright. So as you make your way back to the college, you find that you were able to get there in no time flat. It's a pretty relaxing journey back there. As you arrive, you find the beholder floats down, analyzes you for a moment before floating right back up, and as the door, you just see it, hear tumblers rolling, and it opens itself. Still can't get used to that.
Well, unless you come here every day, you won't.
Don't plan on it. Not my venue.
Oh.
You step back inside and you find that the entire place is much like you left it. There's still people floating around on magic carpets, magic creatures wandering about and all that. So now that you're back at the college party, what exactly are you going to be getting up to at this time?
Well, so step in and say, "Well, boys, or the men, we had a wonderful time, but I did ask the ladies about some language lessons, and I think I made them wait long enough. So I'll be going on ahead."
Sounds good. I think that I'm probably just gonna hang around somewhere, see if I can help myself to something to eat and maybe relax with a cigar or something.
As for myself, I think I'll do some studying. Most that's long overdue.
Alrighty then. Good luck, chaps. Don't do anything your mom wouldn't do. And you just see him walk off.
Looks steady.
Your mom don't need to study these elvish books.
Yeah.
So alrighty. Who's the first sacrificial pawn? I mean, who's the first offering? I mean, who's going first?
I think I just wanted this to get to be done and over, so I'll just fucking go. I could just fucking move on. Like think about something else.
Alright.
Hit those books, Gildas.
Gildas is the first to take a step forth on the trial that turns boys into men. So alright, you make your way over to Eleanor and Ophelia, You actually find them sitting at a table in a corner somewhere. They've already basically fully commandeered the table with some books and the like. They have some candles lit, essentially, to offer some extra lighting. They both seem to be already nose deep in their scrolls.
Yeah. Well, I remember, yeah, on the way, the sunflower pot I'll repair with mending, because now we're in the magic, we're not in the magic free zone, you know, we're like,
Almost all magic
let you do.
is legal within the tower itself for the purposes of studying.
Exactly. So
Magical
yeah,
crimes are endorsed under the excuse of it was for studying.
right. Well, yeah, so I repair the pot and make my way to the table and say, I'm sorry to have for having you, well, for making you wait, but I had some last-minute plans in the city. Hopefully, these will suffice as a token of my apologies. And yeah, we'll hand the sunflower to Ophelia and the roses to Eleanor.
Ophelia smiles at it, and she kind of she gently adjusts the pot a little bit. She makes a point not to touch the flower itself. A small sunflower to brighten my day. Thank you, my lord.
Just call me Kingless already, Dane.
No, it's improper. You don't have that kind of relationship.
But that's the opposite, though. Like, just when you get closer, that you start going, "Oh my lord, oh my queen."
That's not how it worked back in her
That's how
day.
it works.
That's not how it worked in her day.
That's how it works out. Yeah.
Eleanor accepts the flowers from you, and as she looks at them, you actually see her look up and give you a smile as she kind of just takes in a deep inhale of the roses. Oh, roses, Gildas. What's the occasion? Are you trying to get some extra credit on your elvish lessons?
You would think that, but not exactly, no. But just that we're in a flower store, and I remembered you liking them. At least you mentioned once that this were your favorites, so thought as a kind gesture, I'll buy some and offer them to you.
I see. Well, thank you very much. I hadn't thought you'd think of me in that way. I appreciate it. These are very nice flowers as well. I haven't seen roses quite like these in a while. You do see her just kind of smile simply. She just kind of holds them close to herself, just enjoying them.
I wish, Evan, but like I don't think it's gonna happen today or any day really. No, but let's see. Well, so yeah, I'll just like go to piggyback on like what she said and say, like, so I just go straight to the point and say, well, funny as you mentioned, like, thinking about you because, well, I've had a lot of things in my mind, be it my position as a war chief, my lord, or even you, and the little thing today was to get things that needed to be done. Well, get things done that I needed to.
I see.
10,000 gold.
It's purely because of how dangerous magic casting can be.
It's a goddamn country. Yeah.
Only in Asterium and King's Landing does this rule apply, though.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I appreciate the thought regardless. It's nice to be thought of in this way. I appreciate it, Gildas. I'm not very used to having friends buy me gifts like this.
Like, did you have friends? No, like, is that so?
Oh yes, most of the friends that I would have are what most would call acquaintances. Uh, Associates that you are with for mostly business reasons, very little more. Not the kinds that I would consider close affiliates, ones that you could confide in without expecting something in return. And while I had many associates within the college, I've never really been particularly well liked. Mostly it's my fault. When I first arrived at the college, I made a very big deal of showing that I was not here for personal interests, merely to study and be a scholar. I did not make many friends, and by the time that I realized that there were peers here who shared my interests, it was a bit late. I'd already developed a reputation. I remember being called Ice Queen once. The Ice
Oh,
Queen was a mythical figure, a legendary lich. To be referred to her is quite shameful. I do not consider you an Ice Queen at all. You are quite warm.
indeed. Well, you want my little opinion on that? I'd say that you, when you're a high elf, you do give off a bit of a cold air. It's weird to explain, but it's just your overall, I don't know, demeanor. But when you transform into the others, you look much warmer, much more approachable.
It is a reason why I do enjoy my potions. I find that people tend to talk to me more as they would, not as they think I would wish to. They find me less threatening. Perhaps you could call it dishonest, but I just wish them to treat me more normally. If I wanted them to treat me as my rank, I would demand it. I would enforce such a thing.
Oh, might be weird like, skim this to you right now, but I do have put it. Talk about friends and acquaintances and all that. And honestly, I've been wondering this for a while now. Amongst our group, what am I to you?
What a curious question. I thought I had made it very clear in the past. I even cheered to it in the tavern before. You are a friend, a traveling companion and a friend, a trusted ally. I think the
I,
same of almost everyone that we travel with. Well, save Tulio. I just simply cannot, but I don't believe that I could really trust him with anything. He's too flighty. I feel like if I put my faith in him, he'd let me down.
well, you think they'll be that way too, but this it doesn't really answer the question. That, I mean, I know we're friends, know we're close, but
See Eleanor give you a furrowed brow for a brief moment.
I mean, Just like, you know,
7.
looking at yeah.
That's
I mean,
about right.
no, like, well, I was still, I just like still glances at like Ophelia. I was like, help me, please. So like,
He wishes for
like
you to
help her.
get. He wishes for you to review his character. Ah, you wish for me to break you down then?
Yes,
Hmm.
in a manner of speaking, yes.
You see her tap her chin with the feathery part of a quill. She thinks for a moment. And then she points the feathered part in your direction. Well then, I consider you a strong fighter, a very resourceful man, a bit too quiet perhaps, but very contemplative. I consider you to be a good cleric, a man of faith, though your faith may be questioned by members such as Delon or Ophelia at times. I understand that Bridget has her peculiarities, so she allows certain things that others may not endorse. As such, I do not really judge you for what you choose to do or what you get into. You assume yourself to be quite consistent on most occasions. When you say you wish to do something, you go out of your way to do it very shortly after, which I can admire. You show initiative when you choose to do so, and you follow it through to its end result. That's an admirable thing to do. Most people can't even manage to do that. I also consider your craftsmanship top quality, and I notice you have an eye for finer quality materials to make even higher grade gear. I believe that you are a perhaps incompetent war chief, but with the makings of being more so. I do think you could be a leader of men. Should you be a bit more initiative driven?
So, I say that when she says that, I'll simply take out the handkerchief, or maybe with the morning, just lay it out on the table for her to see, and say nothing. Just waiting for her to.
Is this a new symbol? I've not seen it before.
Well, this is something I commissioned this morning, and that I drew yesterday, in fact.
I see. Creating a family banner for your forge? I had assumed you already had one.
It's not for the forge.
Hmm.
In fact,
For your mercantile license?
Eleanor. This is, in fact, the manner I'll be using as a war chief from now on.
Truly. You actually see her go to reach for it for a moment, pause, look in your direction. May I?
I nod.
Do you see her reach for it and kind of hold it up in front of her? She starts like turning it this way and that, really looking at it with a scrutifying eye, essentially, just looking at it all over. She then seems to nod to herself and gently put it back down. I think it will serve nicely. It's a bit unorthodox for a war chief banner. Most of them seem to prefer large red colors or black colors, things to be intimidating. But considering that you're an unorthodox tribe in general, I do think that it does properly portray your intentions, assuming that I understand your intentions correctly.
Well, what would they be then?
Diplomacy, gaining strength in allies, a bit of a strength in union, working with your fellow tribesmen to build up a proper militia of sorts, and essentially being strong enough so that if a big, bad, worse tribe comes a knocking, when the winds blow, you don't buckle.
It's like, I just look at her like squinting a bit and say, what happened to the Eleanor I know? She's never been so analytical until then.
Well, you asked me to break you down. I'm trying to be objective. Also, I do pay very close attention to everyone. I just tend to keep it to myself.
Right, well, you said I was quiet. Well, I'll say that I do the same, that unless somebody asks, there's no reason for me to say anything.
A respectable
At
trait.
least, I believe. Or at least, I believe I don't have anything to say. Well, you get me.
I have actually been curious, though. Speaking of this,
Ask away.
how are you holding up after all this? You know, with the revelations of the Black Dragon, the interaction with the Tree Dragon, what the Blue Dragon said, as well as all of this, the very clearly the destabilizations amongst the, the countries and states. How is it affecting you? Me personally, I'm choosing to go even further into my work.
How is it affecting me? Well, when it comes to dragons and the like, with the Shadow Dragon, its ascension, what have you, the Blue Dragon cowardice, the Bronze Dragon coming back, the Blend Dragon in on itself. Well, with all of that information, to be honest, I was quite at a loss as to what I want to do, or what I could do, or what I should do. Because, unlike some of our party members, I don't have that connection to the dragons. So, rather than thinking about it, I decided to focus on what I could do at the moment, regardless of the dragons. And that's how I came to the conclusion, my own conclusions regarding the topics I brought up. That's why I'm taking a more serious approach to the tribe.
I see. That's a good trait, Gildas. If we're still speaking objectively. When you get pushed, you pull yourself up by your bootstraps and basically take a punch and keep on going. That's not something I'm very good at personally. When I get pushed hard enough, I tend to crumble.
Well, thankfully, we have not gotten to see that. Well,
There's been times I've basically crumbled before. I've looked at, well, all of you and found courage. Keep going.
Well, truthfully, back at the temple, it almost happened to me as well.
Really? You seemed very resolved. I did not get that at all.
Well, do you see on the banner the pink snapdragon?
Yes.
Do you know what it signifies?
Not really, no.
Well, listen, Reynold, the pink snapdragon represents grace under pressure, which I suppose you could say is what happened at the temple. But really, on the outside, I give off that air. On the inside, well, when you got infected, as well as Darren and Yorm, could admit that my heart and stomach both sank even lower than they were, and I was putting pressure on myself so that we could go through this as quickly as possible
I see.
and find a cure.
I was also holding up better on the outside than I was on the inside. It's something I did even when I was studying. If I was behind on a project, I just looked at everything I could do, and I just would focus only on what I could do about the situation. Anything that I couldn't actually control would fall by the wayside, just completely blacked out, did not matter at that moment. Such tunnel visions can be dangerous, Eleanor. It's important to keep such things in perspective. I'm well aware. I just find it easier to focus on what I can do. Ophelia actually looks in your direction, Gildas, and she gives you a surprisingly warm-looking smile. If you are feeling like you might chatter on the inside and you need to remain strong on the outside, do not hesitate to approach me, my lord. I have experience with such things.
And that's something I would never hesitate to do, Ophelia. You know that. It's just that. Well, I say that, but then again, I went to the beach of Armor.
Do you say that out of character or in character?
Both in and out.
Okay, fair enough. Eleanor actually nods at that. The Bridge of Amor are professionals. Nothing wrong with going to them. I know I've been to them on multiple occasions.
I know, it's just that telling you all that I'll be, I suppose, confiding in you when they do the exact opposite doesn't really sit well with me if I just don't go and say it.
Fair enough. You see Eleanor actually take one of the roses out of the bundle and hand it to you. Here,
Mm-hmm.
take a rose.
I'm a roll inside, honestly, because it's like, uh-huh. I mean, I cannot get what she's trying to do, but there you go.
Still have advantage, right?
Yeah, always have.
Alrighty, so 23. You feel like she's trying to cheer you up.
Yeah.
You also feel like she's basically giving a gesture of some sort of kindness or warmth to all as a both an action to cement words as well.
Yeah, then I'll take it.
Good. If you need to come talk to me or perhaps Ophelia, and you're hesitating to overcome yourself, simply look at something like this. Look at the flower. Remind yourself that we're here. We'll be willing to help you. I've done that a lot lately.
Now then, now's the time, or maybe perhaps I should bring up the issue that was like a main topic of conversation in the very same day. So I'm like, how do I bring it up? So, well, actually, yeah, I'll say that and say, well, now that you've tore me down, aren't you curious about the reverse?
Building you back up?
No. I mean about me tearing you down. Oh, maybe not that far, but
Well, I
simply,
suppose I'm not against hearing your honest thoughts. But be gentle, will you? A lady's sensibilities can be surprisingly fragile when being criticized.
Well, like I haven't much to criticize anyway, but let's see. You, Eleanor, are quite obviously clever and smart, and well, surprisingly analytical. I'll add to that. But despite all this, you're also a woman who lacks some much needed worldly experience in some aspects. And although he's charming at times, that lack of experience is also, I would say, what could impede your own goals in your own expedition. After
Well, it is
all,
a good thing I've surrounded myself with experts.
indeed, and being a good judge of character is a quality in itself. But doesn't hurt to have the skill sets yourself. Hmm, I don't know what else. I just saw that we talked about it, the Savage Lands as well. You're quite stubborn. There's both a good and a bad thing.
You see her just give you a smile as you say that. It's like a small, like, kind of like a raising of both sides of her lips before they kind of like go back down. The kind of smile
But,
that's like a shrugging smile, if you will.
but in my personal objective opinion, I think that stubbornness is not a flaw. It is quite charming, at least, actually.
First I've heard that.
Really.
Oh yes. Stubbornness, at least in elven women, is seen as frustrating for most men. Well, I suppose my
I,
father found it endearing at a time. From what I gathered, both mother and him were both so stubborn that they drove each other crazy in the best ways possible.
yes, well, well, elven culture thinks that. I come from a culture where being a strong character is a desirable trait.
I
Now,
see.
I'm not saying that all Rinaldian women are stubborn as a mule, but it's more likely than not.
Ophelia chips up at this. From what I have been reading, it is a very high chance that almost all Rinaldi women share a trait of stubbornness and tenaciousness. I believe it is a part of your culture. Your culture breeds stubborn, tenacious people.
And that's
While I have not
because
been to Renault,
yeah,
it seems to be what most of the books on Renault have informed me of.
you'll be right. After all, well, you've all been to the land of monsters. Renault is much like that, except slightly less harsher and more civilized.
Renault is a country I'm worried about visiting, but I believe that I'm building up a bit of an understanding of how to deal with people like Rinaldians the more I travel.
May I ask why you're worried?
Well, when pushed too hard, I crumble.
Mhm.
Rinaldians, from what I've heard of, are blunt, brutish, quite rude, but mostly honest folks. I'm afraid I'm going to get terribly flustered and be incapable of keeping up.
Well, we still have time until then. If you want, I can coach you with being a Rinaldian. Although, given your own character, it'll take a while.
Perhaps I might take you up on the offer, or I might just bring you to all my trade deals.
Why not both? After all, I could stand to learn from you as well. Well, as I already do, but
Hmm, I'll consider it when we eventually get to Reynolds, after all. Despite my hesitancy, I do fully intend to go there. I have connections that I wish to make, and I want to know what it's like inside of that wall. I want to know what's happening over there.
well, I'll say it's not too different from what's happening outside the wall, really.
Hmm.
Hey, after all, Rinaldians were just far descended from King's Landing, King's Landese. We just disagree on how to run things. That's all.
A scholar commenting on Rinaldian, Lancastrian, and King's Landing political affairs seemed to analyze that Gloucester prefers the jovial, friendly approach. King's Landing prefers the cautious, friendly approach, with the we will not strike unless struck first mentality. Gloucester seems to want to avoid striking at any and all times, but will defend themselves if absolutely necessary. Curious that Sir Knight is so similar to Gloucester's policies. Perhaps King's Landing's policies have changed. As for Renaud, it seems as though they employ the walk proudly and carry a bigger sword philosophy. It was a curiousism that was in the book, but if I am to understand it, you simply are the bigger man with the bigger sword, and you make a showing of having the bigger sword so that they know you don't want to use it?
Well, think of it as a, well, maybe a weird comparison, but think of it as a poisonous frog.
Ah, so you understand that it is brightly colored, so therefore you should likely avoid it, lest you be poisoned.
Indeed.
I think another apt comparison then would probably be a bear. You see the big old bear, you understand that if you see it, you're in its territory, but as long as you do not poke the bear, it likely won't bother you. Unless it starts raiding your larders, and then you need to deal with it.
Oh, the bear comparison was too obvious, so that's why.
Too
But
obvious, but
yes,
Eleanor would make that comparison.
yeah. Man, can't find a good way to uh, place my metaphor I thought of like all week. Well, the past 3 days. Because I'm like,
Eleanor
just
does
be
look in your direction, though. But I believe we've gotten a little off topic. I believe you were talking about my character?
Right. Right. Like, I'll say like, as like Gillis is talking, like she probably can notice, or like Ophelia will notice. So like, there's something more to say, but like he doesn't want to say it. This is why I know, like, yeah. It's like trying to be objective at the moment. Like if I go in that territory, it'll be like more subjective. Which was like I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't be playing by the rules. Yeah, let's see. What else is there to say about Little? Because, yeah, I covered intelligence, like a lack of experience and all that. And, I feel like it's something I'm forgetting that I should say, but like my brain fart.
That's what you get for being in my head, Rub. You have to suffer my toxic brain farts.
Exactly. Damn you, Marshall.
It's a protective measure, like a dwarven fortress. It means stay out.
Right. I'll say. I think that, at least back when we first met, you did act like a spoiled princess at time, but as of now, you've improved a great deal.
Well, I've gotten a lot more comfortable. When I'm uncomfortable, I tend to default, I suppose. I'm a very tight-lipped person. I don't tend to share a lot of myself with other people. You could call it shy or private.
Oh, it's not exactly surprising considering what you told me. And you 180, and you've actually lived in the sanctuary for decades, really. How long was the King's Landing war? I think it was short, but
It was like 30 years long.
yeah, well, yeah. So, given that, you being a little shy and sheltered, makes perfect sense. It's just that, you know. I at least know how to keep a secret.
True.
And,
You're hardly seen the type of person to go blabbing about something that somebody told you to keep quiet on. If anything, I feel like you detest people who do that, actually. Perhaps this might be a bit of a reach, but the thought they couldn't keep their damn mouth shut comes to mind.
oh, honestly, considering how I even got here, well, would be the case, yes.
I have been curious about that, but I've always got the feeling you simply cannot talk about it now.
Well, that would really depends on what kind of question you would have, but
It's mostly
basically, yes.
regarding the circumstances of your exilement. I know a bit, perhaps, but not enough to get a full picture. And that irks me. admittedly. It's something that, well, it sounds rather nefarious, which doesn't really fit the picture of Gildos that I have in my head. It's like I slotted in a picture of Tullio on part of it. It just doesn't feel right.
And of course it wouldn't. So I personally did nothing except overhear a conversation I shouldn't have.
Hmm. So you were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time and suffered the consequences of a lord throwing their weight around then?
Those were my first thoughts, but since then, considering who talked about what I shouldn't have heard, it's more like I was at the right place at the right time, but they made it look like I was the wrong place at the wrong time.
I see. I do not quite understand it, but I suppose it will make more sense later, perhaps. When you can tell me more?
Well, when I can tell you more, or we meet the person in question,
Hmm.
if we do,
Am I allowed to ask who the people in question are?
that you can.
Who are the people in question?
Well, as you know, the lion himself. But the person in question was his advisor.
She furrows her brow for a moment and then snaps her fingers. The witch?
Hmm. Also known as the Oracle.
Well, yes, a witch. She practices in searing, scrying, and many weird, less studied practices of magic.
Mhm.
They're usually pioneers in magical field, though they are treated as outcasts. A bit rude, really.
So, given that, I understand why I may feel that way.
Hmm. I've never met her myself. Is she really so burned like the stories say? All over her person?
Oh, Marshall, how much did I see? Actually.
You would have probably seen what you see in her profile picture.
Yeah, it's open. I'll say, well, most of her body was obscured by her cloak, but I did see that even her face was burned, so the
Hmm.
rumors are most likely true.
Well, I don't know if this will be of interest to you or not, but assuming that he brings her everywhere like the rumors say, though I've never met her or him in person, it's entirely likely they'll be at the King's Landing ball.
Well, that would be something then.
I think it would be more strange for him not to show up. Though I don't know whether he'll show up as a party crasher, as a guest on time, or some mix of the two.
Hmm. I think it is entirely dependent on the other guests.
Hmm. I do have it on good authority that the Lord of Asterium will be there. He told me himself.
And, well, knowing the rumors about the Lord of Nebulum, he's not the kind of person who would pass up on the chance of attending such a ball.
I imagine not.
Yeah, well, if Reynold and King's Landing attend, then that's the reason that Gloucester will attend to.
Oh yes, the Lord of Gloucester will most definitely be in attendance.
I do wonder, though. Well, anybody from the Savage Lands attend. Now that would be something.
Unlikely. Though
Unlikely, but
perhaps
not
Prince
zero.
Faerundir would, but I don't see him as showing up, per se. Prince Faerundir has a vested interest in actually seeking out and communing with the outside lands, to an extent. But I wonder if he would show or not. Would that be seen as making too early of an appearance on the world stage for him, or would that just be seen as announcing themselves now before retreating later, to plan more later?
I suppose it's something we'll see later. Though, I wonder this time Prince Faerundir will simply take a step back, not move. Instead, King Sylvanus will go there. After all, he was the main proponent for the peace talks.
True. And if I'm speaking purely politically, sending Sylvanus is less risky than sending himself. While he prefers to go personally, if he goes personally and something were to happen to him, the Savage Lands would be in a terrible situation. He'd basically be visiting an enemy country, or what is one that is viewed as an enemy country, and be surrounded on all sides. Perfect excuse for a kidnapping. Meanwhile, if he sends Sylvanus, well, Sylvanus can be replaced. Purely politically, of course. She says this with a bit of a frown, though. As if she doesn't necessarily agree with using people like that.
Right. I mean, I agree with that. It's not really something you want. Well, not something you do. Yeah, let's see. What were we talking about again? Like, before that? Before veering off into the ball? I know, yeah, I was like, talking about the exile, but like, why did I get to that?
She was asking you about
Yeah.
Your reasons for exile. You mentioned that it might not have been in the wrong place at the wrong time, might have been the right place at the right time instead. Stuff like that.
Right. Oh yeah, now I remember something about like Norse character. Well, like there was the one thing I wanted to mention, but I forgot. So I'll say back to your bullet point list, no? You have a family of fencers, and you yourself have taken the blood hunters training. So I am sure that you have quite the fencing prowess. However, it's a shame that nobody's ever seen you do anything like that.
Well, I'm more gifted in spells than the blade, but I learned the blade as his family tradition, and well, it's a bit childish perhaps, but I love the idea of being a spell dancer. It's an old, outmoded form of combat. A blade in one hand, slinging spells with the other. It's seen as inefficient because you can merely be a better bladesman, or you could be a full caster. Why would you choose to dabble in both? It's inefficient, old school, archaic.
What's wrong with that? I mean, where is it archaic? Where is it if it's inefficient? It works, doesn't it?
Well, yes. King Sylvanus is an excellent spell blade dancer. Both terms apply here, actually. He's actually one of the last few remaining masters of the art. It's very much been falling out of favor of being a true archmage or just being a true martial might. I've always found it a charming type of combative philosophy. Instead of choosing to become essentially a supreme caster that bends reality to your will, or to become the strongest martial combatant in all the lands, a glorified champion of your realm, you choose to sacrifice a bit on both ends, meet in the middle, and combine it into a bit of a utility while you're fighting. It allows you to have a lot more aspects available to you in combat. If someone were to fully close it upon you, you're not, well, as a mentor of mine once said, up shit creek without a paddle. And, well, I just like the options. Though I am not really especially gifted at getting into the fray and then also weaving my magic while I strike with my blade. I tend to save it as a last resort.
I see.
It requires split moment decision making, the ability to on the fly prepare an incantation, fling it, and also be able to parry in the same moment.
Well, would you say I'm a spell mace then?
Perhaps.
After all, well, what I do sounds quite similar to what a spell blade is, or blade dancer, what have you.
It's
It's
very similar.
just a lot less refined, for the look of it. Grace can be learned. Eventually.
True. I once saw a bear trained to ride a unicycle and juggle. Father thought it must have been a druid. He thought so much, he made quite a large bet against the circus performer, and we hired our expert, to determine whether it was a druid. Father didn't refuse to accept their expert. Our expert determined that it was simply a well-trained bear. Father was furious.
To have the money to be able to do that.
He felt swindled, but I thought he simply, well, he was foolish to just assume that it was a druid. Ophelia turns a page in her book, doesn't really look up as she speaks. We were here to study language, were we not?
Well, we were. Actually, yes. But... So yeah, well, I didn't really get to say like what I wanted to say, because never really was looking to wanted to come clean. You think I could still get away with that closing statement I was talking about? Maybe. So. Well, before we do that, there was one last thing I wanted to tell you, Eleanor.
Well, speak away. I'm all ears.
Well, you see, it dates back from just about a year ago when we departed. And I thought I did tell you before, but it seems I thought about it, but never did. So, I just thought you should know that on that day, before your mother, I did tell her that I would be looking after you. Give her my word. So, while it may be late, well, maybe a late information, just wanted to put it out there.
She raises an eyebrow. I see. I was not aware you made a promise to my mother. Delon speaks of his promise frequently, but I was not aware you made one as well. You've been doing this all this time in quiet without ever informing me.
I. So, I guess, it was like, she says that, I was like, Kennesagill is like averting his eyes. I'll probably, yeah, take a page from Eleanor, like have a bit of rosy cheeks. Like, I. I didn't know how to bring it up at that point, and well, really, how should I put it? I don't know how to put it. I spent the major part of the year simply fooling around. So, me not telling you anything is entirely my fault.
Nonsense,
Uh,
really. A protector does not need to tell their charge they are protecting them to do so. Sometimes a protector can deem that it's better not to tell them you're protecting them if it would be more difficult for them to know. But in this instance, I do feel I must apologize to you. I apologized to Delon before, as I knew he made a promise, but I would have apologized to you sooner. I said this to Delon, and I meant to say it to you too now. I'm well aware I've been a bit reckless here and there, which does not make your job easier, and I do apologize for that. I have been, as of late, trying very hard to take better care of myself, so that I can make your job looking over me easier. I do not wish to inconvenience you, Gildas.
you had no need to apologize. If anything, I been, well, thinking of ways to make things easier on me and you as well. But really, just keep being cautious. Keep taking care of yourself. As long as we do what we've been doing, we should be fine. You should be fine. in. I know you can take care of yourself. You should eat multiple times. It's just that. I'll be there when you need me.
I appreciate that. I'm not used to having people in my corner. It's nice to know that I have people who will be there when I need them. And again, you disagree, but I also disagree with you. I should apologize. It's improper for me to make my protector's jobs more difficult than is necessary, simply because I was being selfish. I don't know if you're as much of the worrywart that the Lon is. Lon spends his time worrying painstakingly about all of us, non-stop. And that, from that perspective, is simply cruel to carry on like I don't know that. And I do not know what you contemplate on in your silence, whether you contemplate on such things as well. But in case you do, I also wish to extend to you the same apology, and the promise that I will continue to take better care of myself.
I've definitely been thinking about a lot of stuff. Actually, just been thinking. I mumbled to myself. Then I'll say, well, in any case, we do have some language lessons. And, well, Thalia, I know you've been kind of left out of the conversation, so before we do, I did want to give you some good news as well.
Yes, my lord?
Well, last night I conferred with my lady, and she's agreed to help you in your endeavor, should the need arise.
I see. I will ask you of the details of this soon.
By all means.
But, without further ado, shall we begin discussing the finer points of Elvish literature? And Ophelia reaches under the table and practically drops a heavy book on the table. She's just like my instructor back home.
Well, best way to learn.
Alright. Gildas, make me 3 history rolls.
Oh, you're right, history. Let's see, 1, and a 2, and a 3.
Cool beans. Alright. So, luckily, Gildas, with Eleanor and Ophelia teaching you, you make great progress. In fact, since you basically asked Eleanor to find a language that could be used as a template to first learn before you could learn Elvish, as well as a way to learn other languages first, more easily, you now can speak Gnomish and read Gnomish.
Oh boy. Fucking Gnomish.
Hey, that makes learning all the other languages easier.
Shalom Goyim.
Gnomish is like the Rosetta Stone. It is the basis for all language. No, I'm kidding.
Right. Yo, to that, yo. Well, she's still there. Should I mention the letter thing? How like she can send them to her, well, to her mother now.
Wouldn't you want to wait? Seems like a collective thing, but that's on you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, what do you think, Delon?
Yeah, that's why I'm asking.
You could save it for the
Um,
tavern when you meet back up the Adventure Guild.
honestly, yeah, that seems like a tavern thing.
Yeah.
Once
well,
it's set in stone, it's like, okay, gifts are being handed out. Oh, it's like, and here's a pen and parcel. From now on, you can send this from this address, and it'll get sent. Isn't that wonderful news?
Cool
How did
news.
how did that happen? Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Hey, but I have an excuse for that. Don't worry.
Absolutely.
I got you, Delon. I got you.
Let's see. You got those two
If
gnomes.
someone else lies for Delon, he technically never lied.
True. Now you're learning, Chief. Leave the lying to the experts. You're pretty bad at it.
Oh, yeah,
I just won't tell you that I lied to cover your trail. That way, not only did you never lie, you never knew I lied for you. Therefore, you're completely innocent of all guilt and association.
Remember, Chief, plausible deniability.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So after Gildas' conversation with Eleanor and learning Gnomish, I will move over to Delon. So Delon,
This is gonna be way simpler. I need to learn a bunch of stuff. Let's get started.
do you want to do that first, or do you want to do a dragon conversation or something else? I was
That's up
going
to
to
you.
choose personally to leave the majority of the skill checks for the last thing you do here, because that's going to
Okay,
take
that's
several
fair.
days, and that's as simple
That's
as
true.
rolling dice.
All right, man. If that's the cool, we'll handle that now. We'll handle the dragon talk.
Alrighty.
I'm ready either way.
Alternatively, if you would like to go into the next day and talk to Gildas, and then after talking with Gildas about divine weapons and stuff and nerding out over that, do it then. That works as well, whichever you want to do.
I need time in order to study, Marshall. I don't have a lot of time.
You have plenty of
He's
time.
busy
You have
right
3
now.
days of worth. 3 days worth. You're still on day 2. Bob extended your time to like a week.
Okay, good.
You're only on day 2, which is.
That's up to you. That's up to Gildas. Gildas, do you want to nerd out now, or do you want me to do dragon thing?
Well, let's just do dragon things and like we just reconvene
Alright.
together and like, yeah.
Cool beans.
But
That works
also,
for me.
but yeah, that's
What were we
fine.
gonna say though, Dylan?
Nah, the thought in my head is like, oh, if we nerd it out, he might have more ideas in Divine Honor Vex before going into the conversation. But whatever. Delon knows enough.
Fair enough. So alrighty, so you're going to go speak out the blue dragon then.
Yeah, might as well get that
Alrighty.
over with.
So you make your way, and you're wandering through the Wizards College here. It's a bit in the
Mhm.
evening. It's before, but not late enough for everyone to have retired. And you seek an audience with the Blue Dragon. He seems to. You actually see that his door has reappeared. At some point on this day, he's essentially showing that he's finished whatever long-standing business he's been having for the last almost 3 days at this point.
Yeah.
Cough, cough. Bub and him finally finished talking this night. Bub went to bed immediately after. So if
I'm
you would
gonna
like
tap
to,
the door then.
yeah, okay. So you tap the door. You get no response for a time. Would you like to tap it again?
I will wait the expected amount of time, which is 30 seconds.
All right. You
No
wait
response,
30
and another
seconds,
tap.
and there's no response.
I will give another tap.
This
Respectful
time, you give another respectful knock, and you wait precisely 29 seconds before you hear, "Is someone there?"
Yes, Great Blue Dragon. It's I, Delon.
Ah! Hold on, dear boy, I'm finishing up something. Welcome, bring yourself in, however, just watch where you step. There's a bit of a mess.
I will adhere to it. I'll open the door.
Alright. As you walk into the room, you find that the ancient blue dragon is in his very large gnome appearance, though he's got an apron on, he's got oven mitts on, and he's got a big, pointy wizard hat, and he's just
Eh.
in front of a brick fireplace. You could see like some what looks like cookie dough or something on the floor in different
Aw.
places. He is currently holding like a bowl, and he's stirring it with mage hand. He has the hand like all in the bowl. It's just like.
I hope I'm not disturbing anything.
Oh no, you've caught me on one of my more pleasurable experiments. Tell me, would you be willing to try a cookie for me? It's a new recipe.
Dawn, but he thinks about it. I suppose I wouldn't mind, as long as it doesn't have any adverse side effects.
Oh no, all the adverse side effects I've already tested in the lab. These are completely side effect free, my boy. No second heads, extra grown appendages, or spontaneous combustions for you, I assure you.
That's good then.
Incredibly good. Perhaps even great, but that is yet to be seen.
Aye. And may I ask, what recipe are you trying?
I am attempting to make boysenberry apple fritter pecan nut strudel cookies for when kobolds are extra good workers. I'm hoping that next time I see Bub, they'll be good enough and I can give him one of these extra good cookies for his hard work.
That's actually very kind of you to consider.
Well, Bub has been such a good worker lately. Good workers get good cookies. Great workers get great cookies. Or so I hope. He says, looking at a tray of slightly misshapen, odd-looking cookies. They smell great, though.
Delon will gently take one of them and try it.
It's good. The texture is perfect. But it's really, really sweet. A little sickeningly so. As if there's just too much either sugar, fruit, honey, or something in it.
This is good. It's a bit sweet. How much sugar did you put in this?
Well, I don't really have a recipe, so I eyeballed it the first few times. I've actually been cutting down on the sweetness. I exchanged the sugar for honey.
I think you might want to switch entirely to honey.
So do not mix the two then.
No, that actually causes caramelization. You see on the edges here.
Yes. The golden, crispy brown bits that sometimes turn brown or black and stink like smoke.
Aye. If it was a consistency, one or the other can substitute. Two at once, it is this at least. That's what my sister says.
I see. So then similar to when I make molasses cookies then, using
yes.
syrups.
Aye, similar principle.
Excellent. Well then, I will work on that for the next batch. Fortunately, I have all this batter now.
Well,
Snuggums! You hear like a weird warbling sound, and you see a gelatinous cube sliding in his direction.
Oh my god. Like, it's a lot of meaty little, but
Yeah, boy.
Gelatinous cubes are no joke.
Attaboy. He just like puts the bowl on the ground and the cube completely moves over it. You see the bowl pit up, just like slowly dissolve. The best cleaner in the entire tower, I assure you.
No doubt. But I did not come here for cold business, although I agree wholeheartedly that Sir Bob has been doing excellent work. The business I came to speak to you on is actually Well, continues what we spoke briefly about when the others were around. It's about our previously established deal.
Ah, yes, I had figured you were going to come to me at some point about that. Uh, let's see here. So what can I do for you, dear boy? As payment, of course. I did give you upfront payment, as I felt was fair for the difficulty of the task I was requiring of you. What more can I do for you to make this deal more fair and honest? I have learned this from the gnomes. Fair and honest deals make healthy business relationships in the future.
Aye, they do. I suppose I would like to answer that with a question. You say you wanted a holy artifact, and I respect that measure, especially how useful they're going to be in the upcoming events. What were you planning to utilize with it?
Well, as I mentioned briefly, I wish to make a small elite squad, perhaps no more than about 10 or so individuals, who could be paramount in handling incredibly difficult situations in the foreseeable future.
And what do you plan to do with this elite squad? Whose jurisdiction would this be under?
Well, hopefully, the continent of Canes.
The Covenant of Canes?
Continent.
Continent, oh, overall.
Yes. I have no interest in controlling these individuals. They would be having weakened, of course, artifacts as opposed to the true divine one, but I would attempt to as closely replicate the process of creation and distribute artifacts to them that could serve them exceptionally well. I would hesitate to create true replicas, and I do not believe myself capable of fully replicating the exact process.
I see. And these individuals would just be usable throughout Canes.
Yes, they would have Kane's best interest at heart. I have not yet currently found candidates to participate in such a program, but I am ever looking.
I see. Neutral parties, I hope.
Yes, assumedly.
I see.
It is a foolhardy desire, but one I could not fully shake.
May I
I
ask
believe
why?
quarreling with my eldest brother is foolhardy, foolish, and will never work, but I can't shake the scratching sensation in the back of my mind that, well, if I were to have a divine artifact, I could manufacture not cheap copies, but perhaps nearly identical, as much as I could possibly get copies, distribute them to a small group of individuals, not a large group of individuals. Large would be easily tracked, and these items could be stolen by a large group. And this small group would be much less dangerous, much less. You see him pause, lick his lips for a moment. Perhaps kingdom toppling if they were a small group. And of course, the research on how to make these things, I would either keep private or find a way to a failsafe to have it self-immolate if it were to be stolen from myself. I fear the capabilities of these getting into the wrong hands.
Then you have addressed many of my concerns. I appreciate that forethought. And I hope that this will be included in our writing for our deal.
Yes.
I wish to quote you on this.
Of course.
With all due respect.
My only request is that you keep such writings completely and utterly private. If this were to get out, I do not believe most of your country would appreciate my efforts in this way.
Oh no, they would be quite furious.
I have no wish to make more enemies in Canes. I simply wish to leave something before I too leave.
Should we fail, you mean?
Yes.
I see.
Should you fail to get me what I
what is required for me to join you, I wish to at least leave you something, a parting gift for those who will ultimately perish, but perhaps it will assist them.
Salon thinks for a moment, finishes his cookie in silence for a bit, and nods. That's a fair bet. I apologize.
Well, apology accepted, dear boy, but for what?
I have misjudged you. For that I apologize.
Well, gentlemen of your age tend to come to hasty decisions. It is fine. I am well versed in being judged before they've heard fully my reasonings.
It's not necessarily the readings, it's the... I misjudged in the natures of the science, the individual I'm speaking to. I saw you as an awesome power of a dragon, and I respected you deeply for it. But now I see you are more than just that aspect. Not less, more. They're different. My eyes are becoming more open, and for my previous assumptions, I apologize.
Now, your assumptions that I am a very powerful, expert dragon are not wrong, but it is good for you to acknowledge my other accomplishments. Dragon is what I am. It put me on a higher starting ground. It gave me a boost that others do not have the privilege of having. But I have done much with my draconic lineage that I am quite proud of.
And I was not apologizing for thinking of it. More of, I did not think you would take. I did not. When we first met, it was during the incident with the slime creature. If maybe you did not recall.
I remember a unfortunate situation, a failed experiment at replicating our heritage. I have since discontinued all further examples.
That was an unfortunate first impression. From that, I made a slight judgment. For that, I am apologizing. You're dedicated to your craft, and I respect that. Because of that, the information you gave, while was interesting, I feel as if perhaps I could use a meeting of the minds.
I see.
Yeah.
And what would you like to come up with in this time?
Frankly, for the information you gave, this information, while has been fairly fruitless to me, unfortunately. While it has helped in some measure, I feel as if I've created more distance altogether.
How do you mean?
Well, you confirmed certain suspicions that I had, the information that we gave, and as some being heroic, having to do best to serve my lady, to see my care for her accelerate, but all it's done is she's acted colder, more distant. It's as if something is deeply troubling her, and no matter what I try to do to figure out what's wrong, she tells me all is well, or she becomes quiet, contemplative. I've never seen her like this before, not to recent. I understand with the recent incident, but when I expressed that, she seemed confused, as if she herself did not notice.
I see. It seems that you do not quite... How to put this? My sister has a long-standing history of detaching herself from those she cares deeply about and is worried of losing.
Truly.
Indeed.
Ah, she's making the soldiers approach then.
Yes. It is something she did when she was doing tactics back a very long time ago. You see, she enjoyed masquerading as a simple knightess, if you will, back then. She took the form of a white dragonborn, I believe, and would gallivant as a knight, and commune and interact with the troops to get their input on tactics, what they felt like, how they felt, so she might better incorporate their desires and needs to strengthen morale with when she eventually made tactics. The problem is that she had confided in me at some point that she felt conflicted. She didn't understand why at the time, but she felt conflicted when some of those men that she shared drinks with, who broke bread with her, would not come back at all. I did not really understand it either. In my youth, I barely understood any of that. I simply laughed it off and said, "Do not think on it. It is no big deal. We are doing as brothers and as brothers have instructed. They have not told us that we should worry or feel this way, so don't think on it. It is nothing. It is indigestion, nothing more." But as I've grown older, I've noticed she's done much the same with myself and others she cares for. She was always protective of myself and the Green, to an extent. She's always been incredibly loyal, but when it comes to when we would be hurt or perhaps wounded, she was always the first to chide us for foolishness, insist we do not do it again, and when, of course, one would appropriately say we were simply following your orders, she would clam up tight and then assist us in healing and say no more.
I see. Matt, I know I was the one to ask you for this information, but something I've been meaning to ask. Now that I've had more experience, I know how difficult a holy weapon is to acquire. Why did you feel the information you initially gave was worthy of a holy weapon?
Simply because you seem satisfied.
But the information as a whole, or the cost?
Well, yes, they are one and the same. I assumed that you being satisfied with the information meant you were satisfied with the cost, and thus the deal had been strucken.
But I suppose what I'm getting around to is, how did the words that you give amount to the awesome power of a holy weapon?
Well, in my honest opinion, they did not, but you seem satisfied, so I did not press the issue further.
Alon shakes his head. I did make you a promise. I do wish to adhere to my deal. But I'm going to need a bit more information now to make it worth that while.
Understood.
At a game, I actually have no idea what I could even offer him. I'm still kind of miffed at this whole deal thing, so I don't know.
You could ask for more personal information on the pearl. You could ask for some more targeted information towards something that you wish to discuss, you could ask if Dragonfire could alter gear, or because it can alter people, you know. You could also perhaps ask more about his experiences with his siblings and other information that could help meeting with the other dragons, perhaps.
Yeah.
There's plenty of things you could ask for.
Alright. There's a lot of things about it. I was. How about this? I have meetings that I wish to deal with, speak with other ancient dragons of your other siblings. It has been requested by my lady to do so. What would you recommend how I handle to speak with the green dragon and the red?
Well, considering how well you've been shaping up as of late, I feel that I could impart upon you more knowledge than I would have before. I was rather tight-lipped with some things, as I believe that you were not high enough rank, if you will, to take a term from your people. You were not in a high enough rank among the affairs to know such things. But as of now, I believe that you are high enough. So let's see. Assistance to aid you within dabbling with my siblings. Well, for starters, my sister the White, the Pearl, she does many things in action. When she smiles upon you, she is being kind to you. She is showing more emotion in the smile than elsewhere. When she gives you privileges or abilities or items, perhaps, she is sharing something of hers with you, and thus that is seen as a great honor, a privilege. We dragons tend to impart things upon others that we care about. We show our care by sharing things, or giving things to others. For instance, when my kobolds do a great job, I give them cookies. No,
Indeed.
to not receive a cookie from me does not necessarily impart a slight. It just could be an oversight. Perhaps I'm not looking in your direction. Perhaps I simply did not observe your excellent tasks having been performed as of yet. It is not because I do not see many things. It is simply because perhaps I did not deem it recognizable enough as of yet.
Dewan will pick up a cookie and hand it to him. As in, like, we're sharing cookies. Keep going.
He pauses for a moment and takes it. And he begins gesturing with the cookie as he talks. Using it like one would like a pointer or a baton in the classroom.
Right.
As for outside of my sister, well, the green covets. He is always coveted. He loves to have anything that is not his, but is also his. However, if he grows bored of something, he will cast it off. But the instant that he sees that another wants what he has cast off, he will retrieve it. As now that it is wanted by another, he will never let you have it. He did not care before, he had stopped caring until you showed interest, and now he wants it back. He covets things that are not even his. I believe as of late, he's been dabbling in the black market. I believe when he has too much stuff, and he does not wish for it anymore, he has created a system for other coveters to exchange coveted goods. The kind of thing only he would think to make and endorse.
Let's see.
Additionally, he is the most distrusting of all of us. He assumes everyone is lying. After all, if he is always lying, then everyone else is. No one is to be trusted, especially those who say they are to be trusted. They are the least trustworthy of all, after all. As such, coming on as making a show of being an earnest, honest folk will simply make him distrust you more, make him less inclined to listen. He, alternatively, I would highly recommend when associating with him to rub shoulders with him, walk the walk, talk the talk. If he struts his feathers, you strut your feathers, if you catch my drift. One peacock showing off to another.
Let's see.
He likes games, but he does not like to be challenged, if that makes sense.
Yes, he likes to play alone, be playful.
He tends to avoid serious matters at all cost. Serious matters are boring and annoyances. That is for our elder brothers and sister to deal with. Those are not the games he plays.
Then, if I may, how would you suggest I broach the concept of him joining and dealing with your eldest?
Find a way to make it a game for him. Find something that you can give him that you think would make the ultimate game, or entertain him for an extended period of time. Avoid discussing the political eccentricities of it. Do not describe specifics. Perhaps give him something he wants to do, something that you think he would enjoy doing in this act. I recall brothers allowed him to seed absolute chaos and just tragedy amongst your ranks, and they let him have carte blanche on how to do so. He greatly enjoyed that.
See. And the red.
The red. Well, be to the point. Do not waste his time. Do not lie to him. Do not withhold information. Do not exaggerate. Do not embellish details. If you say something, be prepared to back it up. Do not challenge his authority. Do not question why he does things. Simply question the reasoning, perhaps. Do not question why he did it all. Ask, this is what I found worked the best when I was younger. But when I truly went against him, I would find myself thrown or cast or grappled in some way. I found that associating with him was easier when I simply asked, "Why are you doing this, brother?" And he would look at me, grin, and say, "Now you're asking the right questions." He did not appreciate asking, "Why are you doing this at all?" He appreciated more that you accepted he was going to do it, accepted he was doing it, but just wished to understand why. He actually seemed to quite enjoy people wishing to understand his reasons. I believe he sees it as a respectable trait to question the authority, but not disrupt the chain of command.
I see.
Blindly following orders is foolish. But you should follow your orders. Ask questions so that you might better follow your orders when the time comes. Also, simply show yourself to be a man of integrity, some form of honor, and be consistent. Do not deflect or try to find roundabout ways to answer his questions. Be direct with them. If, for instance, he asks you, why have you come here to the doorstep of my domain? Simply explain to him your exact reasonings. Don't hesitate. Do not kneel. Do not grovel in such a way. Do not make excuses either. Simply explain to him why you're there. He enjoys getting to the point. He has
Straight
a
to the point.
description of being a bit of a tyrant, but I do not see him as such. Perhaps a bit of a bully at times, as he has been known to browbeat others into silence if he deems their opinions not worthwhile. But he is not necessarily mean-spirited. I believe he does things for your own good.
So he believes.
Yes, and as he is the Red Dragon, the second oldest and currently the most powerful in the Land of Canes, if he deems it to be good for you, it is.
That's all that is then.
He also
See
views
then.
himself as a regal bit of a regal leader of sorts. He has the power, the authority of a dragon, and as such, it is his responsibility to use it to guide and, in a sense, protect those under his domain. Such is the role we dragons fill, or some such. I tend to tune out when he starts getting philosophical.
What were the other topics you mentioned? And again,
Let's see
talking about
here.
the dragons, asking about his lady, more about his lady.
Yeah, you could ask more specifics about his lady if you wished. You could ask about perhaps more specifics about the black that he might know. Thought that might make him a bit frightful. He seems quite calm right now, so we might get a little more like anxious if that's brought up.
No.
Alternatively, you could ask what he knows about other dragons, or perhaps some stuff. You could ask for some mentions on his time during the Dragon War. Get some first-hand knowledge of when he was at that time. Could be
Okay.
useful in some for tactics or something similar.
Yeah. Alright, I might do that.
You could also ask him if he knows any rough locations of artifacts or the like, or if he could point you in a direction that would be useful.
Sure. Okay. Well, let's say then. Since you have such knowledge of the dragons and your fellow siblings, I'd be dishonest if I wouldn't say I was a little interested in hearing from your perspective about the Dragon Wars.
I can inform you of these. What exactly do you wish to know?
If you don't mind, since the fate of Canes might deal in it. What made you? I never quite understood why. Well, I suppose now that I know more about the black, why it started, but a bit more of the tactics. My kingdom speaks on the tactics of how we fought the dragons, but rarely do we hear from your perspective. Why you engaged in such a manner, what your interests were.
Well, at the time, I was simply doing as I was told. I was smaller, I was weak. Therefore, it was my role to listen and follow. Ultimately, I did not have much interest in the war. I didn't have a personal stake outside of, well, surviving and making sure not to get gobbled up or tossed around again. But while fighting, I learned that your people had a affinity for something that I learned to be called magic, and I was spellbound by it, quite literally, and I could not shake the thought of it out of my mind, for I loved the idea, the potential, the ability to weave, to rewrite parts of the world perhaps, to change, control these things. And when I was younger, I believed that it was my right as a dragon to be able to do so. Now that I am much older, I deem that, no, not necessarily as my right to control and alter the things, but more a privilege. one that I have been given as a dragon and one who has studied magic. And, of course, as all privileges, it is up to me to use it responsibly.
What sort of tactics did your brothers utilize? Why did they
Tactics-wise,
utilize
we
them?
listened a lot to our sister, though the red and black did have their own intentions. They allowed me, essentially, the ability to... I've always had an affinity with elements. I was allowed to cause blights or rainstorms, hailstorms, perhaps dry up your fields, hurt your crops in such manners, cause massive amounts of rain with rich nutrients within the rain that would cause your armaments to rust, perhaps cause your war machines to sink into the mud, becoming difficult to move, so you would have to be forced to either stick your ground and use them or fall behind. That was, I believe, the Reds' idea. The Black preferred to, if I would cause lightning upon the battlefield, but I had not mastered lightning at that time. It was chaotic and tended to strike where it wanted. Additionally, the Red preferred he enjoyed bringing in his men, and with the Black, they would attempt to divide your units. I believe the classic approach was to attack two key strategic points at the same time, while the Red would have myself and the Green disrupt your supply lines and chain of commands as far away from the battlefield as possible. Essentially, to be such a nuisance that it would force you to divert your attention in 3 different directions, so that to force your hand. Would you prefer to fight us on this battlefield, potentially lose an advantage here, fight us here, lose an advantage here, or would you simply wish to fight us both here, focus your efforts here, push us away, but perhaps be stricken without food, resources, extra munitions for the next few months? This was the Reds' idea, but the Pearl was the one to draft the ultimate strategy that we began using quite consistently. Additionally, the Pearl would stand on a precipice, a very high point nearest to the battlefield, out of harm's way that she might observe, and while there she would extend her aura, which would embolden all combatants there. The Black preferred to fight solo. He would show up single-handedly, no soldiers, no other enforcers, and just basically assert his presence. And he knew that by doing so, he would be a valuable target, as if you were able to take him down, we would be greatly weakened, and he figured your King's Landing men could not resist the temptation to take him down, which he took full advantage of. The Red would bring his forces with him, and so you would have a tactical explosion on one point, a entire militia led by a weapon of mass destruction on the other. Both sides were being buffed and supported by the Pearl, and meanwhile you were being ransacked at your borders by hit-and-run tactics.
It's a nightmare.
It was quite brutal and effective. Oh, and of course, the Pearl had the idea that when you had caught on to what we were doing, we would change our approach, but mostly keep the game plan the same, as you did not seem to have the resources to deal with our 3 or 4 point assault all at once. So if you caught wind of where we would be striking, we would perhaps set a flank. So we would have a surprise garrison flank you while you thought you were facing us fully. I recall the Red marveling at your people's ability to adapt, however, as many a time you yourselves would set up a flank, and he seemed impressed by this. The Black found it simply an annoyance. I remember him saying something akin to, they can flank us all they want, they can set up as many barriers or precautionary measures to stop our more tactical approaches. It matters not. I'll tear them down all the same.
Forgive me, but I have been wondering this for a long time. Say we were defeated. Say you won. You got what you wanted. What would you have gained?
Control over Canes.
Now, what you, Great Blue Dragon, what would you get?
I would get a piece. I would have been allowed to carve a piece out of this residency for myself, which I would have had sovereignty over. I had always had my eye on Asterium. But after the fighting, I chose to enter into diplomatic forms with the Lords of Asterium, and simply I settled with a small corner up in the peninsula that I could easily remove and have sail into the ocean should I need.
So at the end of the day, after all the bloodshed, all the battles, you just wanted this. He gestures to the college.
Well, I did mention that I had very little interest in the war. I was simply doing it because I was told to. My desire came later.
What did the Pearl Dragon want?
She wanted what the Red wanted. Stability. He believed that it was your people were incapable of ruling yourselves. That it was our divine right as dragons to rule amongst you, rule above you, and take care of you all. Similar to how a farmer maintains a farm and curates his animals. But instead of the wish to slaughter you for livestock, or treat you as livestock, we simply wish to, well, I suppose he wished to serve the role of a king. To make the decisions for you, because he did not believe you could do it yourselves. He's always had a bit of a philosophy of a philosophy to lead, I suppose.
And the Green just wished to play.
Yes, I don't even believe he was fully aware it was a war at the time. I think he just thought we were playing rough with you. I remember one time he killed an entire army of people, about 1,000 soldiers, and he looked at me confused. Multiple heads, one muttering, "Why won't they get up?" Was I too rough with them, brother?
The lawn is visually frustrated. They took advantage of it. You do that.
In the Pearl's case, I do not fully believe she fully understood what was going on until near the end. She was always very far away, but close enough to see the small dots on the battlefield moving. The first time she showed up personally for a fight, I remember how horrified she looked. She was afraid, which I'd never seen her afraid till then. Well, I'd seen her afraid, but never of war. She seemed quite proud of the war she was weaving before. She was always praised for her efforts, by the Red especially. The Black was dismissive of, but he seemed to accept good results. You would always thrash her if they got subpar results in the battlefield. "Do better," he would say. This was an atrocity. You are a dragon. Yeah, I believe he would say something of akin that you failed to conquer the hearts of men. They are upstanding you. This is unacceptable, or something similar. I wasn't supposed to be listening. But it's so hard not to listen when he's yelling so.
I see.
I always found it strange she became a diplomat.
Why you say this?
Well, she always enjoyed waging her wars. Or at least she seemed to. She always seemed to enjoy weaving machinations, or perhaps doing things that would assist behind the scenes. The little things that keep a country running, but no one truly appreciates. Diplomats are more public. They make a show more. They're the things everyone assumes are running the country. When it's actually the statesmen or the people close to the head of the country that are actually running the show. The diplomats are just the fingers, while the arms lead up to the body, which leads to the head. Essentially, she's demoted herself to a finger, but a sixth finger on a hand that already has 5.
Tell me, Great Blue Dragon, what was she like before the wars?
Before the wars?
Before?
Curious. She had a spark to her. She was always fascinated by almost anything she found. I remember she once found a scroll which she pilfered from a cart. The denizens of the cart fled in terror upon seeing her. I don't think she quite understood why. Neither did I. We were just confused why they ran. But she took the goods as was she felt inclined to do. Well, they left them, so they don't want them. Well, if they don't want them, I'll take them. And I remember her looking upon scrolls and books and teaching herself to read. She seemed to enjoy it so. I remember, sometimes she told me that it was when there was a bit of an armistice in the war, she said, "I'm going on a trip. Don't tell our brothers." And I didn't. And I remember when she came back, she seemed so proud of what she'd found across the ocean.
Sovereign.
I believe so, yes. She seemed to quite enjoy it. At least her time there. I did not inquire much, as it did not catch my fancy, and honestly, the more I learned, the more I could be caught guilty associating in with her nefarious deed, and I didn't want to be on the receiving end of a claw again.
I see. So that's what she's like.
She was always kind as well, caring. When the red would bully us, or perhaps be rough with us, or the black would be even rougher with us, she would come to us and ask us, "Why do you always incite their anger so? Why do you ask so many questions?" she would say. We would simply answer, "We just want to know. We want to understand what's going on." And she would give us a look and shake her claw at us and tell us that you'll learn more as you get older. But at the moment, they are the eldest. Simply do as they say. They care about you.
I see.
I think she's always had a tendency to dabble and meddle, but not with ill intentions. She's always had a caring, perhaps a bleeding heart of sorts, but I think over the ages she's tired of getting hurt.
I can imagine. I do not wish to add to that. For the record.
Well, I don't imagine you would. You seem like a good sort, good chap.
Coming from you, that means quite a lot.
Well, I've told you about some of the things that I've done, and, you've been cordial with my expeditions, and you've talked to me quite civilly. You've not blown up or yelled about it. So by that standard, yes, I think you're quite the good chap.
Great Blue Dragon, I spend time with one of your greatest kobolds. I've learned he speaks very highly of you, even from when I first met you. When I met you, I was already awestruck by your awesome power as a dragon, as I had studied your kind for as long as I could put eyes to paper. And as I've known you, I have discovered new aspects of who and what you are, and who you wish to become. I think you've developed into quite a fascinating individual. I don't always agree with what you do. I don't always agree in why you did something or the rights in which you felt you could do it. But I do respect that you adhere to a principle, you adhere to a method, and you follow it strictly and rigidly, and you do so with good intent. And because of that, even if you do upset something, at least I can speak with you on it. Sometimes that's enough. There's no reason to yell at someone who just is curious.
Well, if only the world was so understanding of such things. I've been yelled at time and time again about just simply being curious. Unfortunately, I have grown quite a distaste for yelling. It hurts my head, you see. Makes it hard to think.
Aye, now that we can most assuredly agree on. But and I thank you for the information you've given me. I know it may not have been easy for you to do so, and I know they are not fond memories, but I do thank you for the aid they will provide. If I might ask just one more thing of pertinence, since you are requesting of a holy weapon, might you know some locations I can seek out?
Yes, I've dabbled in looking into it. They're quite difficult to find, but I believe I found one in an old cave system, perhaps an old derelict mine. I recall I ventured there temporarily. I was too big to fit in my dragon form, and when I shrunk to this form, I quickly got lost, as I was not familiar with the tunnels. But the mines seemed to lead deep into the earth, into a bit of a very old volcanic forge. Within there, I found a gate, one that I could not open. It seemed to need a key of some sort, but I could feel the presence of divinity on the other side of that door.
A gate, you say? Where is this location? Why was this not brought up when we first spoke?
You did not ask.
You actually hear Delon laugh. I didn't ask. No, I suppose I did not. I left with the intent to find a holy weapon, and I didn't ask. The great Blue Dragon, headmaster of this entire library and all his knowledge, where one might find a holy weapon. Ah. No, I didn't, did I?
It's quite all right.
He gives him a warm smile. He's trying to be cordial.
You would not be the first to be spellbound and afraid to ask a mentor about finer details on an experiment. I myself, when masquerading as a normal person, would get quite tongue-tied and a bit awkward when asking for further elaborations when I was first learning. Why, one time I completely tricked your Bard College in King's Landing, and I studied there for a time, and until I got expelled for breaking the rules.
Oh.
Yes, it wasn't anything serious. I performed a spell that I didn't have the license for, you see.
And what was the name you went under? I'm sure you must have went under an alias of some sort.
Yes, I called myself Mimsy Whimsy.
Mimsy Whimsy?
Yes, I thought it was quite clever.
Mimsy Whimsy. Gnome, I'm sure.
Yes, of course.
Of course.
I called
All
myself a
that.
gnomish bard. Or I wish
Mm.
to be.
No, you could still be.
I found myself quite tone deaf when it comes to the playing of musical instruments. Never again will I attempt to play the flute, or play the lute, or strum a guitar. I found myself quite terrible at it.
Hmm.
Let's just say that
Remember-
I do not. I think that perhaps the acts that I have performed at the Dragon War were more moral than playing instruments in front of other people.
Hmm.
I
Oh.
have no affinity for it whatsoever.
Then we'll suffice with that. Suppose the only note that matters then is the thunder you create, eh?
Oh yes, it's got quite the boom. Quite a resonance.
Right.
I tried
Yeah,
drums once.
Hmm.
I accidentally tore a hole in the leather on the top. I had to pay for it. I did not have any coins, so I ended up having to work incredibly hard to replace it.
Talon will go back to the location. But the where this is located.
Oh yes, I found it in a mine. I went in. I cast a spell to take me further down. I could not find the true entrance, but I zeroed in on where the mine shaft would have been, and I traveled down using my magic. I believe the entrance could likely be within the realm of Gloucester somewhere.
Gloucester.
Yes, an old derelict abandoned mine.
I see. Talon taps out his map, shows it off. Show me map of Gloucester.
Ah, you got one of those as well. Excellent purchase.
Was very much of a boon when I was in the land of Savage Lands.
The blue dragon actually
Nice hat.
points.
It's about in this direction somewhere. In the mountain range, I believe. I was well deep beneath it. I saw lava and the like deep within. It was quite hot. I recommend bringing flame retardant gear, perhaps, if you were to delve that deep. So it gets quite unbearable.
And you survived because you are dragonkin.
Yes, unfortunately, my cloak did not.
It was burned off then.
Indeed.
That's quite hard.
Indeed. I also do not recommend casting more volatile spells down there. A chain reaction with the gases from the lava can happen.
Duly noted. Any other locations you'd recommend?
Oh yes. I have studied extensively on magic artifacts of your realm. I found that there was one within a church in Nebelum, a church within Reynold. I remember I asked permission to investigate one old tomb in King's Landing, and I have never been so quickly turned down.
Talon laughs again. Yes, I apologize for that hasty report, but I can see why they would do so.
I simply wish to investigate your Lady Nightfield.
Talon pauses at that. In her tomb.
Yes, I became aware through associates that I had traced of the location of it. Your King's Landing men seemed infuriated that I seemed to figure out where it was.
It was a very closely guarded secret. None were supposed to know that outside the Temple Order. And the reason only I know is that I was soon to become one myself.
I see. I was not aware of this at the time.
Yeah, so the fact that you knew this at all meant when they denied you, they most likely...
They demanded to know the associates that I had been associating with. I gave them the name, and I gave them the location in which I'd met them. I remember that sometime later I read of a arrest.
Yes. As such.
I had not thought of it till now, but perhaps the two are related.
I think they are. But I will have to find that. I'd have to seek permission with the Templar Order, and that's a tall order. But at least it's on the map. And that's about it, as far as you know.
Well, let's see. Yes, I do know that there was one within Reynold, one within Nebulum, one that I wish to confirm, which if I had been able to confirm it, I would have found that it was. I have the suspicion that all of these are tied to your ladyship Nightfield under some sort of or another, but I could not. I was incapable of confirming it, so it simply remains a hypothesis.
Yes. I see. Based on her legends, she had 4 great artifacts that she wanted spread around the land of Canes to inspire others.
I see, I see. I did read about such things. It's why I wish to confirm whether the items were the ones that I had theorized. I ventured into Nebulum under a disguise. I was promptly removed by my elder brother, who found me and was quite upset that I was skulking around in Nebulum, but not before I had seen with my own eyes a magical artifact there. So I can confirm that there was one there. I have not been since, and that was quite some time ago, but it's likely that it might still remain.
According to a chap I spoke with in the college itself, a Asimir by the name of Sol,
Ah,
it
excellent
still
student.
remains.
Perhaps a bit arrogant, but great student nonetheless.
A bit.
Well, just a touch. I've met worse.
Unfortunately, I'm sure you have.
And it comes with the territory. Many mages, wizards, and scholars tend to be quite proud of what they research. I've found that simply acknowledging that the pride is there and carrying on as usual and debating theology and the meanings of their works is the best course of action when dabbling with these sorts of individuals. The pride, of course, comes naturally when you are an expert in your field.
Oh, so. Well, presuming these are all still here, at least I have a few ideas. That one in the cavern in the mountains, that one intrigues me deeply. The placement of that kind of place, and with gates, you said, to a key, to a lock.
Yes.
Quite fascinating. And in Gloucester, of all places.
In an old derelict mine, not used for at least 300 years.
Perhaps Lord Mountainborn might know more about this. Yeah, so I think I'll bring that to his attention. These are excellent starts, thank you. I'll do more research downstairs with in mind, but you've been of great assistance.
You'll recognize the gate as it looks much like a beast's head has closed its maw, locking off all entrance.
Be small, then. Got it. Well, once again, I thank you for the information.
I also
Well,
have it on good authority that there might be something of worth at the old brown dragon's tomb. I have not gone out of respect. I've asked the scholar Harkin on multiple occasions, to which she has denied me. As the sole brown dragonborn, I felt it only appropriate that if I were to go, I should ask his permission.
It's right that you do so. And thank you for that, actually. That's very noble of you.
Well, as the sole curator of his dragon's will at this point, it is simply just that I at least pay my ancestor some sort of respect. After all, the older the dragon, the more they understand. Perhaps he knew something that I did not. And if I were to stumble in there all willy-nilly without permission, I would be an upstart.
I see. I will. Yes, I will think on that when I venture. Fortunately, I had asked Harkin for permission, and he was kind enough to grant it to me, with a few conditions.
Excellent.
So,
Oh, and of course, there's one other that I have been aware that is on your party's person.
pardon?
Well, you're not aware your party has been traveling with a divine artifact for quite some time?
No.
Curious. It's
It-
simply called the Black Blade, or Shadow Blade.
The shadow. Dylan thinks on it. You mean the darkened blade, the one that Montulio carries?
Yes, the very same. Your roguish, body-like companion.
That's a that's a divine weapon.
Yes. I assumed you were well aware.
No, not at all.
Yes, it's known as the Black Blade, or Shadow Blade, I believe.
What? How did you learn of this? Where can I learn more about it?
I recommend associating with one of the noble houses in Nebulum.
Delon kind of raises an eyebrow. That does not sound. That's very strange for a divine weapon.
Is it? Nebulum is a kingdom of Cain, so not as much as any other. If a family line goes far enough back, much like the Soulhammers who forged Valhammer itself, then it would stand to reason that perhaps they themselves have dabbled or created one at some point or another.
Do you know the house name?
Yes.
Write it down. Nani? Evident. It might even be possible that it's cursed on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was forged by a divine curse.
We forced it wrong as a joke.
You first it wrong.
Forged
did it on
wrong as
purpose.
a joke.
As a
Julius
joke,
was trying to
exactly.
get rid of the curse, bros. He did nothing wrong.
I'm fine with that. That would make a lot more sense.
It is.
He simply
I'm gonna
just
write down-
remains quiet, smiling.
Don't you smile, you son of a bitch.
Do you want to ask him the name? He said you asked him if he knows. He said yes, but you haven't asked the name.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I laughed. Like,
Classic Blue Dragon.
I asked the name.
Oh, are you going to? Because I remember you asked
Yes.
him, does he know the name, and he simply said yes.
Yeah, and I asked him, like, what is it?
Oh, okay, I did not hear that.
Oh. Yeah, no, that's what I was waiting. I was waiting to type. So what's the name?
Ah, well the name, dear boy, is Felrind.
So... Friend.
Very long-standing family. Do I believe that they are afflicted with one of Nebulum's unfortunate diseases?
Diseases.
Yes, Nebulum has two main diseases. One seems to give one a taste for especially raw meat and have a tendency to go mad on occasion. The other seems to give you I believe that Frederick calls it a placid, clammy complexion and a lethargy.
You mean Lord Frederick,
Yes.
the diplomat?
Yes. Frederica. You're
He
familiar
is
with him.
victims. I am. We spoke in the Savage Lands. He was an odd chap, but he held himself with a noble credulity,
Yes.
though he was extremely cold to the touch when I shook his hand.
Yes, unfortunately, is a thickening of the blood caused by some sort of Nepalese fever. An unfortunately uncurable condition, I am afraid. It lasts for as long as you're alive. Slows the blood,
And
makes it incredibly thick, and almost like a syrup. Creates an immense lethargy. Your body ceases to be able to digest most foods normally.
and this Felrend family has fallen victim to it.
Yes, to the thickening of the blood, specifically.
Clammy appearance, very pale like skin.
Yes.
See. Fortunate then. Hopefully they'll be kind enough to give us more information should I ask, but Delon actually blinks. What? Are you interested in the Black Blade?
It's not my first pick. But if you
Delon
were to
raises
give
a
it
big
to me, I
eyebrow.
would accept it, but it's not my first pick. It's a bit of a niche case.
Niche in what way, Great Blue Dragon?
I don't think that it works well with the types of people that I would want to create copies of. From what I've read, it is a angry blade.
Then how can it be a divine artifact?
Simply put, it has an angry personality. Crestcutter likes to kill people, and it's a divine weapon.
Delon just blinks. I see. Well, thank you. I will make a note of all of this. This has been very enlightening.
I find it strange your man hadn't told you what it was. Maybe you should ask.
Maybe I should. In the meantime, I've enjoyed this conversation.
I'm glad. Or am I to understand that the payment has been made in full?
You have told me the weaknesses of your kin. You have told me what they were like before the war. You have told me what tactics your kin utilized in doing so. You have told me what you were like before so, and revealed personal information for both yourself and your siblings, and have placed the trust upon me not to sell certain secrets or tell things to others. Things that could very much come back to you and do monstrous damage to your reputation and possibly cause harm to siblings, which you have also revealed to me that you care for quite a bit.
You make
I
me
think-
sound treacherous.
I
It was
make you
done
sound
for the methods of scholarly aptitude, nothing more. Are you insinuating something? Do you intend to use this against me, boy?
no, quite the opposite. Such information that would cause undue harm to those that you care for is more than understandable on why a holy weapon would be a sole substitute.
Well then, should I
And
hear
Delon gives a
that
nod.
if I am to hear that this information is being used against my actions or my endeavors or things that I would care to invest in, I hope you understand that I will not be willing to work with you in a scholarly pursuit in the future.
My word is my bond. You know I will not deny that. I will do everything I can to avoid such a moment happening.
I feel as
And-
if I have made some sort of mistake.
Delon tilts his head. Why?
Simply the way you phrased it. I feel as if I've betrayed something.
I do not wish you to feel such a way. Blue Dragon, Great Blue Dragon, you are a very scholarly individual. You have my respect. And I'm glad to know of you better. Think of it as we have not just made a deal of it, but I like to think, a start of a good friendship.
A friendship.
I do not yell at you for your curiosity, and I have learned more about you and your kin than I do not wish to use it against you or your brethren to the can. Not sorry, not to the can, but you've told me a lot of yourself, and I keep that with great respect. And as you said, I don't try to judge you or your aspects. I merely question and understand.
I see.
We respect one another. Is that what friendship is?
I know not.
I would be honored to be your first. Dylan actually extends his hand out.
You see him kind of like drum his fingers on his thumb for a moment, and he snaps his fingers, and a floating clipboard floats down.
Delilah, make a new experiment. Experiment 3,347. Friendship.
You see the writing board, then a
Mhm.
quill float over and write exactly what he said, and then it begins writing down like multiple bullet points.
Excellent.
Mhm.
Belay that and hold temporarily.
He then slowly extends a hand for a handshake.
This is this thing that I've seen business people do to seal the deal. A handshake, if you will.
Hi. And then Dylan hovers his hand over the other. And this is what one does if there's a friendship.
I see.
It means to give extra thanks. Personal touch, if you were.
Interesting. I will attempt to form a way to make my own handshake personal for those that I intend to associate closer with in the future.
Hope you do.
Perhaps a bit of a buzzer, a lightning effect when I shake your hand. It goes up your arm might work. To signify that I am your ally. A bit of a zip to seal the deal, yes? That could be quite interesting.
Depending on the voltage, you could horribly burn their arm, scarring it for life or causing permanent damage.
Indeed, I will need to create multiple golems to simulate the effect, so that I might reach a non-lethal, simply a bit of a zip effect. No harm should come to those that I believe to be friends.
Then I wish you the best of luck in your experimentations. And, Blue Dragon, should you ever wish to talk to me on any events, feel free to do so.
I will keep it in mind. I have a habit to get worked up within all of my business and forget to communicate with those on the outside. Do not take it personally if I do not come to you.
I understand. I merely make the offer. I don't completely expect anyone to take it. That wouldn't be the point.
Excellent. Now, before you go, can you take
Yes,
all
sir.
of these with you, please?
And he just hands you like a little like wicker basket that's just filled with the cookie rejects that you've been eating a little bit of, the really sweet ones.
Yes. Trying to give them away, are you?
Oh no, consider it a gift.
A gift. I see.
That's what friends do. They give each other gifts, yes?
Yes. Next time, let it be a successful experiment.
Well, these are simply one step on the path to success. They are the most successful cookies I have made of this variety up until now.
Delon like blanches at the idea that there was way worse, and he just goes, "Then I will take it as such." Till next we meet, Blue Dragon. And when that does, I will look forward to it, and I'm sure Buff will as well.
Indeed. I'm very
should-
curious to see what Bub is going to get up to.
As the Lord of Kobolds.
Yes, the Lord of Kobolds. Strange title he's given himself.
I quite like the moniker. He's earned it. After all, Bob does know many things.
Indeed, he is a good student. He has recently passed with passing grades in several classes.
Excellent. Be careful, Blue Dragon. Take care of yourself.
Indeed,
Okay.
I intend to.
Delon will nod that and finally leave.
Excellent.
Friendship established. What is the meaning of friendship?
What is the meaning of a close relationship with another person that is not simply meant for a transactional purpose?
This is interesting. I'm intrigued. Oh, Delon, it was horrible. All these things. All these experiments. Yes. That's great. See you next week, friend.
But alrighty. So you leave and
Okay.
you realize that it's quite late at this point, so you retire to your room. In the morning, everybody gets to rest quite easily, and in the morning, Bub and Snacks are seen gallivanting into several different classrooms at multiple different times of the day. Just Beavis and Buttheading in multiple classrooms, essentially. And in the morning, Delon, Gildos, and Yorm, everybody wakes up pretty nice, good time. You are able to have a excellent breakfast if you choose to participate, as the dining hall has meals at all times of the day. It's actually funny. It has not only breakfast, it has seemingly always fresh baked cookies of lots of different varieties. It also has just lunch, dinner. It has any meal that you could want for any time of the day at all times of the day. Just assumes, and you notice there are some like scholars that show up. They look completely tired, like they've been up all day, even though it's morning. You see some that look like they've just woken up, as it is morning. You see some as if they are wide awake, like they've been up for a few hours already. They just help themselves to a proper meal at the fitting, assumedly how long they've been awake, you know. Just like in college, there's some people that wake up at 5 in the morning and then end their day at like 8 p.m. Then there's also people that wake up at 3 p.m. and go to bed at 3 a.m., you know.
I feel personally attacked. No, I used to do that a long time ago. I at least wake up by noon.
Yeah, no, it's something that I've noticed is very common at colleges, is people having the most sporadic,
Oh, yeah.
crazy fucking sleep schedules.
Oh, yeah.
Also, a running theme with people in college is not getting enough sleep and supplementing it with caffeine. But alrighty. So, with Gildas and, let's see, with Gildas and Delon, when would you like to meet up for the relic discussion?
I mean, y'all could go grind the classes real quick, and I can get dinner, and then we can have the discussion.
Well, is Bob a part of the relic discussion?
I mean, why not, right?
Hope to be, yeah.
Oh, you are supposed to be? Interesting. I thought it was gonna be like Delon and Gildas geeking out.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, that's
they
fine.
can
We
do
can.
that. Yeah, I mean, I'm busy, so. Bub is busy during this time period.
Bub and Stacks are hitting the books.
Hitting the
Go ahead.
gym.
Go ahead
The
and
book
geek
gym.
out. Book gym. Go ahead and geek out.
They're reading books while working out.
Goofy from Extremely Goofy Movie.
Yep.
Whenever you want, Gil, Ram.
Well,
We could-
I mean, you can just do it like the morning of the third day, so that way that gives like plenty of time to do whatever we want to do, like classes wise.
Yeah, that's basically what this is, the morning of the third day.
Yeah.
Dawning of the third day.
Dawn of the third day.
Yeah, I'll just assume we just meet up at breakfast and like agree
Mhm.
to do that. And, like, boom, library time. Library time.
So now, basically,
Essentially, yeah.
yeah, I'm fine with that. We just start fresh in the morning, and then after that, diverge and do grind. Delon did learn some information.
And I did too.
Yeah.
Magical artifacts, but things you want things you might want to know eventually.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Alright, I guess eat breakfast and then immediately go and do divine stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then grind afterwards. That's fine by me.
Cool beans.
I guess Delon will show up to the breakfast table. Morning.
Good morning.
Two rolls there.
Good morning.
Eleanor will give you a small nod. Oh, good morning.
Morning, Lady Eleanor. Is Lady Ophelia here?
Ophelia will actually give you a nod. She doesn't have anything on her plate in front of her.
She has a
Delon.
hologram.
Holographic meatloaf. My favorite!
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, sir.
Morning,
Knight.
lady. Morning. Both look well rested.
Yes, I tend to be. Eleanor nods as well. Yep, I got a full meditation in.
Is this so? Good. Well, I suppose with Bob and Snacks running off, we'll have a little bit more of a stay than initially thought.
Well, it's not like we've agreed on how long it would take anyway.
True. And I think we could benefit from staying just a bit longer. I learned a few things recently that I meant to speak with you, Sir Gildas. I spoke with the Blue Dragon as of late.
Uh-huh. Well, I did my own little research as well. There's a few things you might want to know too. And a few things I might want to ask.
Is that so? Well, then we'll have more to bring to the table then.
As you're talking, you see Yorm come over. He practically drops his plate, and it's just filled with lunch and dinner type of items. Just meat and pies. She just does like, oh, I didn't know they had a dwarven buffet. Let's go.
Yeah,
You know what?
well,
This place is growing on me.
become breakfast and stuff. Like, do they serve cheesecake?
There's cheesecake there. Seems to be near the cookies.
Uh-huh. Well, yeah, it's gonna be my breakfast.
Gildas has cheesecake for breakfast. Let's go.
Yeah. Dude, his mixed cheesecake. Like, Ma used to make a lot of that. I can't make any.
Rinaldi and cheesecake.
I can't make any, so I've been missing that for 10 years.
It is actually pretty good, Gildas. It does seem to follow a Rinaldian recipe.
Uh-huh. Nice.
Delon has some greens, some meat. Basically a good mix of everything, but carbs.
You see Eleanor's eating a fruit salad with a tall glass of some herbal tea.
Goddamn vegan.
Yeah, it helps. It's fine. Shall we continue at the morning table, or should we find a spot later? Basically, should we talk about an hour or wait?
Well, okay, let's finish our breakfast first.
Mm.
Be on our way.
Alright. Guess we'll finish breakfast then.
Alrighty. So with that, you all finish your breakfast. It's quite good. Everything here is actually made really well. All of the desserts seem to be freshly made, or they seem to have been made roughly the same time. But most of the other foods, you can see that there are like actual noble house level quality chefs that are seemingly making food at all times of the day. They also have kobolds in the kitchen that are helping them.
We'll probably have mages experimenting on top of that too, so.
Some of the food does seem to be, like, most of the fruits seem to be grown with magically growing plants. Magic used to hasten the process of growing fresh fruit.
I guess we'll go to the library then.
Alrighty then. So you finish your breakfast and you head off into the library, where you are able to quickly find a table, as there always seems to be multiple tables available anywhere within here that you could possibly want to, and they're just easily able to get your hands on one. Scene's on you guys.
Do you want me to roll to get books or whatever?
Yeah, we'll both look for them anyway, so yeah.
Alright, whoever has the higher history roll, make a history roll with advantage.
Oh my god!
I think we both have like +5.
Hey!
Yes! Yes! Yeah!
Hey! Let's go, Delon.
Double crit.
Congratulations,
Double.
Delon. You now have expertise in history.
Ah!
And you also
happened
find
again.
any of the books that you would want to get your hands on.
Oh my god. I'm so happy. I'll have to change my sheet soon.
It's okay, I can do that for you real quick.
Yes. It happened and Evan wasn't here to see it.
No, I'm here.
I got it. I'm a master.
This is why I like
Finally.
leveling up abilities just by organically using them. You get just like a moment of satisfaction that's genuine.
Oh my god. That should give me some extra special crap. Not only do I find books on divine artifacts, by the time I place the book down, I've already written one. I've already made the best version. But yeah, I guess I find it. Whatever I need. I think I'm fine. He's like, finding my way through this library better than I did before. As he slams a few books. I think these will work just fine. Now,
See, how big are the books?
They vary in size and thickness, but most of them are pretty big. Lots of pages. You end up with a veritable stack of them.
That should keep us busy for a while.
it should. Luckily, we have a bit of leeway. Delon takes out his map and taps. Open map, please.
You see
Does
as
the
it
world
unrolls
count?
itself, it opens without another second.
There we are. I spoke with the Great Blue Dragon earlier, and he gave me some advice on where to find some divine artifacts. Several of them we've already spoken to, and one of them was confirmed by Soul, the AC scholar wandering around. He tried to get his hands on one in Nebulum Church, but could not open the gates to get to it. That's the location of one of her ladyship's items. Another, I was even shocked to find that the Blue Dragon knew about the artifact in her ladyship's old tomb. But that means that it must still be there as well, as it can't be accessed otherwise. In order to access that, we'd need to get permission from the Templars to do so, but that'll be quite the difficulty, but we might manage it. But the one that shocked me the most, the one that surprised me, is in the mountains of Gloucester. Apparently, there's one hidden in a very hot place, deep into mines, hidden by a gate, with a lock and key.
Looking at the map, I'll say, didn't we pass nearby the first time we went to the land of monsters?
I think we did. We bypassed quite a bit on our way to the land of monsters.
See, I believe Ayom's forest is around here. It went through there, up to there. So if this is where the gate is, then how come we missed it? Well, then again, we were busy fighting some ravenous beasts.
Not only that, the Blue Dragon couldn't even find the initial entrance to the cavern leading down. He ended up using a spell to get him much further in, and he only withstood the amount of heat because of his draconic nature. If we entered it, we would need severe fire resistance, either by spell, potion, or just protection.
I'm not even sure if resistance would be enough. After all,
No. Then we'd need some form of magic to resist the amount of heat. As I said, by potion or spell.
I think should my lady get stronger and stronger, she might be able to provide us with that. After all, I as a person is already blessed with some manner of fire resistance.
I see. That would be very useful. But that was one of the additional ones. So at least we know where one lays. We had known before. The other is about Montulio. The blade he's been carrying with him, the one he's been trying to get rid of. According to the Blue Dragon, that was a divine artifact. Well, is, I should say.
I mean, that cursed Talking Blade.
Yes. The same one he's been trying to get rid of. Apparently, it's referred to as the Dark Blade.
History check. Maybe I could find something about it. I mean, Nibelheim is like nearby, so
Go ahead.
let's see if I.
Allow it. Hey!
24.
Almost a crit.
Very nice.
Yeah,
That
no
would have been
crit,
awesome.
skill
to crit
checks.
too.
So with a
That's good.
24, Gildas, you learn that. So The idea that that blade might be like a magic weapon was kind of like at first to kind of brush it off, but when Delon mentions like the dark blade, you're reminded of a weapon said to have been passed down generation to generation in in a certain Nebulese noble family. You know this as a Rinaldian because Rinaldians hate Nebulese people, and like anything you really hate to your core, you read up on them a weird amount, borderline an obsessive amount.
Mm-hmm.
And the noble family is notable because they've been in Nebulum for a very long time, and they've never had their line snuffed out. They're not a very public family, though. They're incredibly private. They don't really tend to leave Nebulum. Even during the last Dragon War, they actually didn't participate. They stayed in Nebulum. They sent soldiers and munitions. They did not send an heir. They did not send their weapon. But they sent support nonetheless.
Yeah, would I at least know the name? It's like I know Darren does, but
Yes, the name you do also know. The Felrend family.
So I'll just look at Darren and say, wait, Darren, you mean the very same weapon that was made by the longest standing family in Nebulum? The very same family who, during the previous wars, just never left Nebulum. And you mean to tell me it found its way all the way to a forgotten temple of Tiamat and Bahamut, Bridget, in the hands of a white in the middle of the Savage Lands?
If we're speaking of the same family, and the Blue Dragon referred to him as the Felrens, then somehow, yes, if that's true. He also told me something about them that piqued my interest. Not just that. That their family line is an affliction with one of Nebulum's two most prevalent diseases. One makes you ravenous, a bit mad, and craves meat, enjoys meat. And the other, you said, is what ails Lord Frederick. Cold body, pale skin, lethargic, a thicker blood, as it were. Incurable in both measures, apparently.
Let's see. Would you like to make a medicine and a history roll on that, Gildos?
Yeah, I can do both. So I'll start with the medicine first.
Alright.
Push a bad ammunition, like history again. Yeah, I really hate Nebulum.
So you know about both of these diseases. You know that they're seemingly rather prolific in a lot of the population of Nebulum, or so the rumors go. You know that a lot of their population suffers from a sporadic mania that props up, and if they're irritated or provoked, it also seems to crop up quoting seemingly randomly. They only seem to eat really rare meats, and they don't eat much fruits. The ones that suffer from the aggression tendencies. You do know that supposedly the people who have that specific ailment tend to be able to match Rinaldians in strength, which is rather surprising considering the environment they grow up in is not as doesn't have a tendency to create as strong people as Reynold.
Right.
As for the other ailment, you also know that you know of the rumors of that ailment as well, and you've heard that the not just as the thickening of the blood seems to extend the lifespan, but comes with a lot of frailties or issues in every day-to-day life. Supposedly they can't travel long distances, or if they do, they need a lot of rest. Their body doesn't digest food like traditionally very well. They always seem sickly every time you see them. So you can usually tell somebody who has this affliction on sight. The aggression one, not so much. It's you don't always know it until it happens, which is makes it worse. At least with the other one, it's obvious when they're afflicted. But as a Rinaldian that got a 12 in medicine but a 24 in history on this, you don't know enough about medicine in this specific way to know if this rumor's true, but you have heard some of your countrymen refer to it, like the thickening, as vampirism, though you don't know if it's true or not. You've also heard your countrymen describe the barbaric, like, spits of mania as some sort of lupinism. Though again, you're not studied enough in medicine to know for sure.
Right. So, to say, I know few things about both afflictions. Mostly what my fellow countrymen told me. But the first one, the raw meat eating one, it is said that the ones afflicted with it, yes, end up being mostly carnivorous and are prone to manic episodes of aggression. And not only that, it was reported by our soldiers in Rennell that the people afflicted with it were surprisingly strong. As for the other affliction, it seems to be quite the opposite, where instead of growing stronger, you grow weaker, more frail. Although, with that comes a longer lifespan.
I didn't consider those rumors necessarily true, but seems my Templar training wasn't too far off then. I was told of such things earlier when I was training as a Templar, but I didn't consider them necessarily true.
Well, I'm just going off rumors as well, but the lethargic one is more believed to be vampirism, while the other one is believed called lupinism.
Can Delon make a roll on that as well? History, what he knows from King's Landing, dealing with them.
About Nepalese afflictions?
Yeah. Oh, I mean, like we've heard rumors about that. Mostly history on like the word vampirism has to ring some sort of bell for Delon.
You can roll history on the word vampirism.
Damn. Okay.
Alright. 22.
23. Yeah. 23 actually, because it's King's Landing.
Oh yes, it is. So in King's Landing with a 23, vampirism is not something that is well condoned as an official diagnosis.
Hmm.
It's some of the older clerics have seem to believe that some of the Nepalese people are afflicted with a curse of vampirism. But the modern consensus is that if it was a curse, Nebulum would likely not be as prosperous as they are. So they believe
Unless
it
they're
to be
made of
more of a
all of them.
disease.
Hmm.
Though, something of note is that I believe it was either the seer, Eramu, or the Drow matriarch mentioned that, or it was a Randir, mentioned that followers of the moon who fully cast off they said they are suffering an affliction of vampirism.
That was both the matriarch and Arantia that said that.
Okay, yeah.
They both mentioned it. I thought it was funny echo that Arantia and her sister echoed similar bouts of knowledge, so to speak, despite their very differing beliefs.
Yes, they both mentioned that according to their beliefs, those who fully cast off the moon are punished for their transgressions with a curse of vampirism.
Do you remember what Lady Arantia said, and the matriarchs, the seer, Lady Irma, when they said in the Enclave about facing away from the moon? The one did that fully, they'd be afflicted with vampirism, cursed with it. I don't know if that's the same, but in King's Landing, there are some older clerics in King's Landing. I heard whispering among them. It's not a popular thing to say anymore, not well liked, but they feel that it's not a disease, as most people believe, but feel it's a deeper curse, a deep affliction placed upon them by something.
Notably, Delon, you know that from the way the clergy talked about it, it's not a curse that seems to be able to be lifted by conventional means. The usual methods of removing a curse just seem to kind of pacify the symptoms for a time.
What worried me the most is the way they spoke of it. It seemed as if it was not easy to remove, if not by conventional means. That a great deal of effort would have to have been made to fully remove the effects, if even possible. And that they did not. Although I had not heard of any cases of vampirism in King's Landing. It was always spoken in hushed tone when such a topic was brought up, but it wasn't brought up often enough that I inquired further, and even though I wanted to, I was under the impression that the clerics did not wish to really speak on it.
I see.
If you understand what I mean.
Well, I'll say that, well, it's rare in our lands. It is, both of them, the very least, are surprisingly common afflictions.
Yes, surprisingly common. And this black blade had something to do with, has some connection to a family there. Despite my feelings on it, we could learn such a measure on how it was created from that family, should we wish to send a missive. I'm sure that would give you an interesting insight on how to create a divine weapon. Although, when I tried bringing up the virtue in the subject, the Blue Dragon, he was very hesitant to accept it as a form of payment. He did not like what kind of a wielder the Black Blade likes.
Well, to be quite honest with you, darling, well, yes, could learn from them, from the fellow Rand. They're not the only choice we have. And
No, no.
between going to Nebulum, learn from the makers of a weapon that not even the Blue Dragon will want, first order basis, and learning from an old man from Glucasta who's actually living nearby. I would much rather take the Glucasta.
I as well. But options should never be completely removed from the table. Just as making notes.
And I was just adding to your notes. What?
Speaking on that, what do you wish to plan on doing on that measure? We still do not know his location. I could still speak with his grandson, but
Well,
we need something to do, a reason to do so.
we don't know his exact location. However, what I gleaned from the books, this library, is that it said he retired in mountains near Asterium, the very same mountain we cleared a few months ago.
Did they? Well, I suppose with track of the quality of weapons that were made, one doesn't mistake work. So someone of his caliber had to have been there, if not him himself.
Well, we do have a quartermaster that was part of the very same group.
Yes, we do. Very friendly chap.
Uh-huh. And I'd like to ask him about the old master. In the meantime, though, I would really appreciate any information you would have about his grandson. After all, I know he's a Templar as well.
Well, do you want me to roll history on that?
Yes,
Just
go ahead.
recall. Oh my god, don't waste all my good rolls before I do skills.
21.
21. So what do I recall about the grandson of the Soul Hammers?
Alrighty. So in regards to the Soul Hammers, you understand that the Soul Hammer family, as mentioned before, you know that they are a very long-standing family in King's Landing. Currently, their last head of the family was the son of the most prestigious Soul Hammer currently alive, but he passed, and his son is the current heir, soon to be head of the family. Though he is about 200 something years old, but he is only, due to dwarven customs, he's only just currently learning the proper methods to be the head of the family. As such, the grandfather, the prestigious one that retired, is currently the head of the household. Though even though he's the head of the household, he has retired to his shack in the mountains.
Got it. And what's the grandson like? I want to know a little bit more because he was part of the Templar Order for a while.
Yes. You know that the grandson is an inquisitive fellow. He's incredibly social. He tends to show himself at quite a lot of social gatherings. He was incredibly invested in Templar training. You saw him appear many times to observe the training of the Templars. He also, you remember seeing him once talking with, fuck, brain fart, with
Philip said,
Darius, um, about the gear and the quality of gear that the Templars used. You also know that Sir Warwickstead and him used to spar rather frequently.
hmm. Well,
He's still
sure you're on.
actually in King's Landing. He doesn't leave it frequently. Um, he used to war in his youth, but you know that he seems to enjoy meeting people.
Hmm. He's a very inquisitive chap. I saw him many a time watching spars on us whenever a new Templar group came in. When everyone was being in training, he was always asking about the armor, making sure the equipment was up to snuff. He had a very dedicated desire to make sure that everything was going smoothly. He's always very friendly, treated people well. I know he spoke with Commander Darius on many occasions. And Pentalon snaps his fingers. Ah, yes, yes, that's it. And he likes meeting people. That's our ticket. Yes, he really does enjoy meeting people, and he doesn't leave King's Landing often. He likes to remain here, especially now that he's close to officially inheriting the position. It is probably half the reason why his grandfather fully left to the shack in the mountains. It's time for him to fully be trained in the ways of a soul hammer. I'm
Perhaps
sure if. Go ahead.
Perhaps I could even use my name then. After all, I've been transporting my goods to King's Landing on many occasions, as were my forefathers.
If you step forward using your family's name, and if I vouched for it or sent it in a letter sealed from it in kind, I'm sure he'd be intrigued to meet you, especially a fellow forge master. Especially considering he's a burgeoning one.
You do know as well that he is very skilled for his age as a dwarf. He can make gear pretty much on the quality of his grandfather, just not as quickly as his grandfather. But the real things he's learning are how to lead the family, to be of proper lore at the moment.
Yeah. He's
That's
quite
how
easy
we should
guy.
try them.
Yeah. I see you guys. Delano wants to make a comment. Honestly, I think you both get along swimmingly.
Well, from the picture you're painting, yes. I'm dying even more about, looking forward even more to returning to King's Landing. So there's the supposed ball that is coming pretty soon.
I suppose we'll have to make sure that you and everyone else is in proper King's Landing attire. And this time, I will definitely make sure that it is properly aligned to each.
Calm
And don't
down.
worry, it won't be as stuffy as the Asterian ones, I assure you.
We just touch up that one a little bit and I don't know. Well, I'll
If
leave
you
it in your hands.
Excellent. I promise you it'll all come out just fine. You'll have a great time.
Well, I sure hope so. Uh-huh. She's got dark blade because she's black.
Well, yeah. Glad you noticed that.
It's also known as the Shadow Blade.
Shadow.
No, then since we're on the topic of divine artifact, today Just something I want to do later on.
Yes. Sire.
Do you think there's a way? Well, do you think there's information about the Ashblade amongst this?
The Ashblade. Let's
I
see here.
need to know. Well,
Oh, he's
more
looking so
like
intensely.
I need to know what to expect.
Let's see. I guess I can roll to see if I find anything about it.
No, Nate, you got a
if I
20.
know-
You got a nat 20 before.
Okay.
So you both look amongst the books to see if there's anything on Ashblade, and you spend like maybe an hour perusing several different tomes. Eventually, you do find one. It's not in a tome on weaponry. It's in a tome on historical battles. You find it in. There's a first-hand detailed account of somebody who was there when it was used in battle before, and what they described it did. The person describes that they're just basically were a farmer who enlisted in a dragon war. It wasn't the last dragon war, it was several dragon wars back. But it was also not wielded by the Lord of the Realm at the time. It was wielded by some general. The farmer turned soldier goes on to describe that he'd not really seen the weapon drawn before this specific moment. Hold on. To which he learned when it was drawn, he describes a mystical aura that created a barrier big enough to encompass both entire armies was erected. He also described that the lord or general at the time was able to seemingly the farmer didn't seem very well read, but he said, I blinked and he seemed to be on another part of the battlefield. He didn't know how he could move so fast. It also seemed that many of the mages seemed to struggle immensely to ward him off at the time. As if they were having immense difficulty casting even the most simple of spells while within his presence.
Bro. Magic dampeners.
Uh-huh. If any of that is true, and I imagine it would be, else this book wouldn't be there, I will make my little gamble risky. A lot more, really.
The book is also notably a copy of a tome that is listed as having originated at the Bard College of King's Landing.
Oh, yeah. It's not the first time some critical information has been taken from there. So if we peruse the book, finish it, say, to the list of things to do in King's Landing, I think we should add the visit to the Bard College.
Notably,
Yes.
the book is also an official copy that was put in a limited print.
Yes. I've been meaning to visit there anyways. I promised the Red Dragonborn I'd look something into it in Bond's College. Seems to have more than one reason.
I mean, if we can find any supplementary information to what we have already.
Hopefully. Hopefully I'll learn more about Sovereign that way too.
Oh, speaking of, we did find something about it.
Oh? Oh, that's right, you did Oh, and I did ask you did check it out. What did you learn, Oshak?
Well, first of all, I learned, well, roughly, how to speak Sovereign Common. Yeah.
Oh?
Well, it's not very complicated, and I really just only picked it up from reading the book, but it's just our normal common, except with the heavy accent. Therefore, if someone from Sovereign were to speak to us, we'd probably notice just from accent alone.
Hmm.
But that wasn't exactly what I was looking for. See, being curious about their ruling family. And, well, I did find their symbol. And I'll quickly draw it for you,
Mhm.
because I don't remember it. And
I think it basically
I'll
looks like a
see.
circle or something.
And as I finish it, I'll say, I know of one person who bears it.
Ooh.
I. The only thing I can say, Dalan, is that that person is part of the Lion's entourage.
You mean the great lord of Nold?
I nod.
Why is he? If he was a, if he's there, and he's the last of the Sovereign, no, that wouldn't make sense if he was seeking amnesty. No, see. Just to know that there's one alive that might remember his people. That's remarkable. Truly remarkable.
One more reason to accompany me to Reynolds when we get to. Well, we do go there.
Well, should have the honor of meeting him, but the more we talk of Reynolds, the more our reasons for going don't seem so. And Dylan just kind of narrows his eyes. Diplomatic.
Forceful diplomacy is diplomacy still.
That's what Noldian talk.
Exactly. But still a long ways away. We haven't
Not
even
that
decided where to
long.
go next, anyway.
We have many directions, but we shan't miss the ball, and who knows what else awaits us.
Although, do you think maybe we should plan our course along the artifacts?
I think. Yeah, go ahead.
Now, I do have business in Land of Monsters. Urgent one as that. And from the way you put the artifacts on the map, seems we could check out two of those locations. Maybe not
Good.
thoroughly, but at least get a cursory glance as to how what to potentially expect. Then,
We do.
once we come down, should we go to Land of Monsters? Well, first of all, Burb can continue on with his druid business, so the shaman is nearby. But once we leave, we may come down to our to the temple of Bridget and perhaps find something. Till, well, going back to King's Landing and
You could.
maybe find a way to get to Ophelia's tomb. Yeah,
Yes, I
check
think
the
she
rumors are
is.
real, not.
Aye. She's been running around long enough. Although, I would hesitate going to her tomb initially. We would want to seek. It's guarded and protected by Templars and Knights of King's Landing. Without official business, we'd be seen as trespassers, and that's not the way I want to obtain such an item. We need strict permission from the Knights Templars for a reason to be there.
Oh, okay, I get you, but how does one trespasses their own tomb?
When you show up with an undead lich and no explanation why, Gildas, I've already suffered enough reputation. I don't know how much my more family could take. If I show up with with a near undead being to her own tomb, looking to steal the divine artifact of one of the founders of the Templar Order.
But it's one of her own items, it's not stealing. Besides,
To us,
if the Templars doubt us, well, she can just bring back some of the skeletons and we'll see that.
yes, Gildas. Yes, bringing the dead in front of other people, proving that she's an undead lich, will definitely go down extremely well in a history where the blight inflicted the King's Landing. Definitely won't be seen as desecrating the dead. Look, I'll admit, I'm a far more accepting individual than some of my brethren, even in King's Landing. I love my people, but we just simply just stumble on in and go, this is her property. You should give it to them, and so such. We would be justifiably attacked, or jailed. And then what? All our promises of finishing the blight, they will make the attempt to try and kill her. They will use radiance against her as best as they can. They will have divine power against them with that on their side. We need to be very careful when doing that. And that needs a very deft hand. We do need that artifact, but there has to be a better way than just stumbling on in. And if you think if you can sneak our way in, I highly doubt that. Templars are blessed individuals. They'll be able to sense it. There's a reason why you don't get away from a group of Templars. My real question is how they're able to find the body's new location and steal it in the first place.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying we should go to the tomb first thing. No. But, I mean, Ophelia is still Ophelia. Her name should carry some weight. So, I'm saying that, what if we bring her to the ball with us? For all to see. That way, the Templars will have no choice but to recognize that it is indeed Lady Ophelia Nightfield.
I'm going to roll insight on how the one thinks the people will react to that. Come on, even with a 4.
So even with the 4, I'll actually give you a 16 on this because you are from King's Landing. You know your people pretty well. But even with a 4, you would know that would be. It would be very difficult to get her inside the walls of King's Landing, and the idea of getting her in the walls of King's Landing and then into the ballroom, which is at the palace, is laughably difficult at best and nearly impossible with her current state at worst. Like, it's very likely that you would be attacked long before you ever reach the palace.
Yeah. Delon just shakes his head, like putting a hand on his temple. Get her to the ball. No. Even at the best of the time of attempt, that would be nigh impossible. You do realize that King's Landing is surrounded by divine protection. The moment they see, it feels the presence. Every eye from a Templar is going to be looking for the presence of her. Sneaking her into a ballroom for all to see. And we'd be endangering the poor woman. She might be... remember how weak she was in the temple? Now it's a city. The moment she goes past those walls, and then somehow we're going to sneak her to the ballroom, find her to get in there, and then go, surprise, everyone. This is the long-dead hero of the Templars. She's alive again. No, we didn't do that. No, but we've just been palling around for a while and helping her get rid of the Blight. Oh, by the way, the Blight is back now. The one we thought we defeated? No, it's not. Terribly sorry about such an occasion. But this is her, and so we're going to collect all the artifacts. Oh, you knew the artifacts that the initial Ophelia Knight Shield left as a symbol and sign to the other land of Cain so that might inspire others. Yes, we need to reclaim it in order to cleanse her body in order to continue the process. I hope you all understand this is really her. She can say her herself. We would be immediately smited.
Did I say, Marshall, to that comment, is that while Dallin is saying all that, Gildas is just there, like, just grinning. Like, come on. But I say you should do that.
Delon takes everything Gildas says. It's an actual suggestion, so he takes it.
Yeah, I know,
Eventually, as he finishes, he does see you smiling, and it's just like, oh, come off it.
What? I do so enjoy seeing you flustered like that.
I made a promise to. I'm sure you do. But I made a promise to protect this woman. And I know you did too. So, let's think of an extra solution, shall we? Instead of enjoying seeing me a bit flustered, you can get off your fence and help me. Plenty of stones to throw later.
Could always take a detour to Nebulum and grab that artifact with consider it.
It would be the easiest one to acquire, no doubt. Of the three really, 3 or 4 that we know of, and the 3 whereabouts we definitively know of. The Nepalese one seems the most earnest to approach and deal with. The tomb, we would need permission. Now, hear me out. We did promise the Commander Darius that we would help him when the time of need comes, right?
We did.
What if afterwards, and I say so only in the chance that it might be that we somehow convince him of what has been happening and get his help. He is the commander of the Templars, and he's a very faithful man. If we were able to convince the commander of what we were trying to do was righteous and trying to fix the way we've been doing, as we've been trying to do, if we were to get his support, we would get his official blessing. He could see the evidence for himself. He would give a bit more we might be able to get into the tomb, and she might be able to reacquire what was hers without necessary issue. And hypothetically speaking, I don't know. Perhaps the divine touch of an artifact would give her back some aspect of herself, reducing some of the unpleasantness of the divineness. It might even reduce the nature. This is unfettered territory for me, but at least in that measure, we would be close to acquiring 2 in that moment.
Well, really, the nature of the location is still a mystery. Well, as I
Indeed.
told you, I did confer with my lady. And she said that there's a very real possibility that once Ophelia enters any of those locations, that nothing bad would happen to her. That through the location's blessing, welcome her.
Then I will leave her lesser harm to your lady then. And she has my thanks.
Of course, I'm ready for the worst case scenario, but I'll be praying for it to not happen.
I still think that we should be careful, but I'm not. I would initially go for the position of speaking to Darius, but he and I are not. We're not what we used to be. When the Templars and I are not. We're not as we were.
Just keep it in some side of your head as a
I can do that.
possible option. Till then,
Besides that, is there anything else you wanted to learn about magical divine artifacts? Anything else? You know, I know there's a wonderful chap I'm sure you could speak to. His name is Soul. He's a scholar of this area. I'm sure he'll tell you all sorts of things about divine artifacts if you can stomach his arrogant attitude and his superiority complex. So I learned. Go ahead.
Now, why would I talk to someone like that?
It gives information freely.
So do books, but not too sure what. I'm not exactly too sure what I want to ask for or really look for. So, well, got mostly what I've wanted.
As you're talking, somebody actually does begin walking in your direction.
Oh boy.
Dylan, my scholarly friend, did I hear you recommend my personal endeavors to aid a fellow scholar and companion?
Someone like closes his eyes for a second, inhales. Soul.
The one and only.
Well met. This is my good friend, acquaintance, Sir Armand.
Armand. Your name is not familiar to me. Are you a new scholar in a new field?
In a matter of speaking, yes. I've not written any book nor done any field research or theory crafting.
Well, then I am sure that you mean to start at some point, then.
Oh, yes. I mean, I've already started.
Excellent. You see him walk over and pull up a chair, sitting himself down at your table. And how might I be of assistance?
How indeed? Because I have no idea, actually.
Well then, allow me to enlighten you. Delan already knows my area of expertise, but perhaps you have not been informed as of yet. I am Soul. and I happen to be a master study of many a topic, but all relating to divinity.
Uh-huh.
Now, if you are a compatriot of Delon, then I am likely to believe that you are of an open mind. Is this correct, Delon?
Dawn glances to Gildas. Yes. A bit.
A bit. Well, let's test this theory, shall we? What would you say if I were happened to mention that I'm a bit of a dungeon delver and a bit of a temple explorer? One who goes into places, with or without permission, to gather research and find out secrets so that I might catalog them for my research.
Well, then I wouldn't say. That would depend on which kind of dungeon, which kind of temple, and what exactly, well, how exactly you go about compiling your information and exploring.
I
After
assure you,
all-
desecration is not among my list of accomplishments.
I would certainly hope so.
Desecrating such noble divine structures is beneath me. What do you take me for? A common bandit who does not fully appreciate the sheer wealth of knowledge that has been provided before me? Nonsense, eye and soul.
Well then, if you're indeed an explorer of temples, I may have one question for you.
Only one. So modest. Ask away.
Well then, in Gloucester, there is a long forgotten temple of Bridget.
On the far western coast, near the water's edge somewhere, in the forest, correct?
Indeed. Now, I ask only one thing. Tell me everything you know about it.
Gladly. If it will help you and assist you in your scholarly endeavors, I don't see why not. After all, I've already been within and gotten what I needed. Alas, the item
Come on.
rejected me.
Delana leans over very quickly to Sol and goes, "This is the compatriot I mentioned before who restored the temple beforehand."
Ah,
Delana just gives a solemn nod and a wink towards Gildas.
restorationist. I myself am more of a archaeologist.
Well, we'll say. Well, more than a scholar, have you know that I am Bridget's very own champion.
Ah,
So, I have an interest to knowing the state of our temples.
well met indeed. It is excellent to be on an even playing field with one who has also been chosen and given professional treatment and preferential treatment by divinity in some manner or fashion. Ah, to be in such good company, he says while extending both hands to you and Gildas, Delon.
Mm-hmm. I just love
Finally,
the
I am
size.
amongst my peers.
I love the size from him. It's so funny.
Yeah, oh.
But
Well,
enough procrastinating.
Mhm.
Let us discuss the details of the temple within. Now then, I am sure you will find it most interesting to find that there were a plethora of undead of the rotting corpse variety, shambling mounds, you know the like. They seem to have some manner of intelligence, as they seem to gather and follow my scent. They seem to follow my scent. They could not see me, nor could they interact with me, but they could seem to smell me or at least find some manner of tracing my presence. I think it was a bad day to wear that specific method of cologne.
So the temple is overrun by undead.
On the outside, there are beasts infected with some sort of... I'd call it a mange, perhaps. They seem to have parts of their fur rotting off, similar to mange, makes them irritable and annoying. But they're rather harmless if you just know how to avoid them.
Curious question I didn't refer to before, Soul. Was there a darkened blood around the creatures with this mange?
Yes, I assumed it was some sort of disease that was running rampant amongst them. I cared not. They were but obstacles in my way. They fell and died all the same.
Next time, Soul, I would be far more careful. That wasn't the mange, it was a form of necromancy.
Ah, seems like my radiant spellcasting must have had an extra powerful effect on them. I did make note of this.
Indeed. For that very reason. We had briefly encountered it at one stage in our journey. And far be it for me to see you hurt in any form.
Ah, your concerns are acknowledged but unnecessary.
Indeed.
I have yet to be harmed or seriously maimed in a manner that cannot be repaired on any of my expeditions. A few thousand gold thrown in a proper wizard or cleric's direction can mend many more what would usually be maiming wounds. Such is the power of divinity to heal what is mortal.
I'm just looking at him like, get on with it. Gotta look.
He nods at you. He nods pointedly in your direction. But yes, it was overrun with these creatures. On the outside, the forest had the bit of these creatures with mange, or a necrotic touch, as our friend Delon here says. And then, of course, the inside, the closer to the temple you got, there was a bit of a oppressive sensation. It was hard to describe, but I felt ill, weakened, a bit fatigued, perhaps. When I left, I did not notice just how exhausted I truly felt. Had I been fighting my way to the inside, I do believe I would have dropped from exhaustion long before I made my way to the inner sanctum. But I was sneaking around. I merely dispatched a few with my spells as of needed or absolutely necessary. There was a gate which I used something that I had accomplished and acquired up until that point to gain access to the temple proper, a simple banner of Brigid that I had bought and paid for, of course. Once within the temple, I made my way around, handled a few mechanisms to lower drawbridges or make my way through some arcane barriers, or perhaps divine barriers. I could not quite tell the difference at the time. I was in a hurry, was feeling fatigued, of course. And when I got to the inner sanctum, I of course found a relic within. It looked like some sort of either a pin, or perhaps it could have been an item that could grow into a shield, perhaps. But it was a magical artifact which I attempted to carry with me, and I had been jolted with an immense force of radiant power, and properly teleported forcibly out without my Brigid trinket. Upon my rejection, I just took it at face value. I was unworthy of the artifact within, and carried on to find the next one.
I think I know why you were rejected. But, that aside, you still happen to have the banner you used.
Negative. It was left within the very walls somewhere. Again, when I was removed forcibly by assumedly divine authority, they chose to liberate me of my purchased good. I felt no harm in it. If they wish to keep it from me, then why should I go back and get it?
That's a respectable opinion.
Well, naturally. The divine deemed that I should not have it. The divine deemed that item I was unworthy to take it with me. Who am I to usurp such authority?
Indeed.
Let's see. Of the undead, was there any particular one which stood out?
There was some sort of a knight, perhaps. See, I think he was wearing symbols of Bridget on him. I remember he hounded me from room to room. He seemed to be able to follow me like a dog. Nearly took my arm clean off with one blade, actually. Kept reviving the skeletons I punished as well. I used a bit of a spell to conjure an illusion which seemed to trick him into following me, a illusion of me in that direction. I gave him the slip and went the other way. Actually, now that I think about it, quite a handful of the more aggressive and difficult to deal with undead wore symbols of Bridget on their armor. Perhaps the whole temple was a Bridget burial ground, actually. I had not really thought much of it till now. I was so focused on the treasure within.
I say I take offense to that. So like, yeah, like, Dalan, you noticed, like, if the soul says that, like, never so frown, like, showing on Gilda's face.
Cheer up, old chap. I assure you, the treasure is likely still within.
It's not about the treasure being there or not. It's about going there for the sole purpose of getting the treasure. You as a scholar, assumedly interested in history, no? Just completely ignored the whole place, its own history, just to get a few trinkets, add a single trinket to your own collection.
Oh no, you misunderstand me. It was not a trinket to simply add to my collection. It was to acquire a divine artifact so that I might study it and see if I was worthy of its magnificence.
How can you study it if you know everything surrounded?
It is simply a vault, a place to protect and curate it. Would I study
How would you
and
know?
take the time to analyze
How would you
the
know you
dwarven
literally
vaults?
ignored everything in the temple? How would you know?
I took some time to look at the walls and understand some of the murals, but I was being chased. I did not have time to take a proper appreciation of the temple, lest I forfeit my life.
Dalan, I'll call it here and retreat back to school ground, lest I provoke an important incident.
That would be quite
I
wise.
understand.
Provoking unnecessary incidents is most unscholarly.
I believe he's referring to you too, old chap.
No, as he says that, I'll say, duly noted. Take my leave.
Seemed rather frustrated over something so trivial as simply the vaults being to hold the real divine artifact within.
Here's a perspective for you, Soul. And I want you to take this quite seriously. Now, what do you care about most? Is there a place in this map, and Talon just shows the map that he's had, that you covet more than anything?
No, not at all. Simply put, this entire place is simply a place created by the divine. Realistically, if I were to be truly candid, I suppose I would say since that it was all created by the divine, this entire place matters to me. But that's a bit of a cheap answer, wouldn't you say?
Indeed. So, the home from which you came from, which you say is just somewhere in the Savage Lands, you could not care less about it.
Not really, no.
No
I was not
sentimentality.
particularly well liked there, and I was shackled and chained down there. There's very little that I care about within it. No family, no blood ties, simply a village that is strangling in its methods.
I see. And did you ever to inquire why you were not well liked?
I reckon they were jealous of my natural affinity for divinity and my own intelligence.
Did you inquire or assume?
Why would I inquire as to the reason why I am being oppressed?
Because sometimes the answer may not be what you assume it is. Sometimes you might like to ask things
Nonsense.
that might give you.
It was a trial given to me by the divines. I was to overcome it, and I have. Spending unnecessary amounts of time asking, "Oh, woe is me! Why am I so being oppressed by my peers? Why am I so misunderstood?" is nonsense and a waste of my time. The divines deem that I am to be misunderstood. The divines deem that I am to be challenged wherever I met. Therefore, it is a challenge to be overcome, and I, soul, shall step up to the plate.
So, on this entire map, there's not a single place you hold personal value to you. Not the divines. You know what? The exercise. Hypothetically speaking. Let's say the divines have no involvement in your happiness, in your satisfaction, in worthiness, and anything. Any aspect of who and what you are. They have nothing to do with it. And it's just you.
That's a rather foolish hypothetical, but I'll humor you.
Now, presumably, with all this, with all that said, where in this map would you consider, you, not the divine or anything else, you consider a place that you care about, that affects you, you enjoy, you feel comfortable here? To cause any form of harm to it would be upsetting to you in some form.
I suppose this location right here.
He
points to King's Landing.
Mm-hmm.
But I suppose that's a bad example. You said the divine have nothing to do with my choice. Yet I find it quite difficult not to choose a preference to the most divine location in the land.
That's what makes it an interesting exercise, no? So let's continue. Removing divinity entirely, is there not a place that you've been that you could be truly comfortable? Just you, no divinity,
nothing. I am a
nothing.
traveler. I never make myself comfortable anywhere.
Well, let's pretend that there was a place that you're truly comfortable in. Let's say it was a place of splendor that you made of your own merit, of your own sweat, blood, and tears, that you fought for, you made, and established. Without any additional help, just you, being you, at that, you made it. How would you feel if someone walked in, ignored all of what you've done, picked up one of your trophies that you had on the table? It wasn't meant for them. It wasn't meant for anyone. It was just there because you acquired it. Took it and then left. How would you feel about that?
I suppose I would demand to have it back. They've taken what is not theirs, or what does not belong to them.
Now, you say that. Now, let's pretend you have no voice. You can't move, and you have to rely on someone else to do something
Oh,
but they're
heavens
not home at the
forbid.
time.
That sounds like an absolutely miserable existence.
Indeed,
I'd rather be
you have
dead,
to.
honestly, than rely on anyone else to take full and proper care of me.
I see. Now, with that exercise in tow, apply that, hypothetically, to a form of divinity. You watch what happens, you see what occurs, you have chosen a place that is for comfort for your people. And then someone stumbles in, walks into your place, and just to study and take it, picks an item and walks away. No one at the time can do anything because the people who were supposed to take care of the place aren't around. Now, how would you feel watching, being unable to do anything, immensely frustrated that you took something that was not, and you want an explanation, but the person the caretaker, the person who cares about taking care of your place, because of course your place should be taken care of, wasn't around? How would that make you feel?
Well, in this absolutely foolish hypothetical situation that is improbable to ever happen, I suppose I'd
Yes.
feel rightfully wrathful.
Delon makes a gentle gesture to where Gildas was sitting, and then just moves his hand and twirls it in a small little performance, as in, there you go.
Ah, nonsense. He has no need to feel wrathful. He is neither the caretaker of that specific location, nor is he Bridget himself. Now, he is her champion, so he has every right to be mad if I took something. But in your hypothetical, I would have taken something, but I took nothing. In fact, I left something instead.
But had you taken it?
Well,
Sometimes
had
it's
he
not.
demanded it back. If he had proven himself worthy of it, and it had accepted him, well, I would have naturally given it. The will of the divine goddess Bridget would have simply demanded that it fall back to him.
Oh, so close. You're so close, soul. You're so close. You can almost take. I can see you almost there. You're so close, but not yet. But I enjoyed this exercise.
Well,
You know what?
I'm glad you did. I found it rather fruitless, and a mild annoyance, and incredibly horrifying. What kind of machinations go on into your mind to imagine an existence where you are so utterly dependent on another, can do nothing of your own free will, and must simply watch as atrocities happen? Good God, man.
Hi. Again, consider that there might be, in some forms, those that are in that position.
I
Worth
feel
thinking
that
about.
we should just put them out of their misery. They're clearly living in a cursed existence, one that is just filled with suffering.
I'm sure they.
Wouldn't that be
I'm
more
sure
merciful to
some-
put them out of their misery?
What can kill one that cannot be seen and only gives blessings?
Ah, you assume the divine can do nothing. Oh, you are saying the divine are these people that can't do anything. Is this right?
I made no assumptions. That is your conclusion that you've reached to.
No. I'm simply trying to understand your logic here. I wouldn't put it past somebody with such a sick mind as to imagine such an existence to potentially imagine the divine as so helpless and fruitless.
I merely use this exercise to illustrate a point, my dear friend. There are perspectives out there, and sometimes they might have more bearing than you might anticipate. Assuredness is good. It breeds character, but too much can make you a bit rigid, make you miss things. I think it would make you do well to consider things that might be odd to you, at least in some form of consideration. But-
Should I consider gallivanting naked across the countryside, as some of the savages do? That is an odd
If it
thing that I have
befits you so.
seen.
Who knows? You might enjoy it.
I don't imagine so, but who knows? They seem so liberated. Perhaps I shall partake.
Perhaps. Delon extends his hands. Take care, soul.
Ah, yes, take care, my good man. While I did not enjoy this discussion as much as the previous one, I cannot deny I found it humorous.
I as well.
And
Take
keep a
care of
watch
yourself.
on that lad, will you? Men prone to fits of aggression make poor scholarly companions. No, I
Okay,
must give
excellent.
him props. He knew to excuse himself before striking a fellow scholar. Perhaps there's hope for him yet.
Yes, perhaps.
Send him my
And Delon
regards,
was,
will
if
you?
you'll excuse me. I will, and I'll bid you a good night, a good day. I will
Such a
excuse
good
myself.
book.
I got shit to do.
As you leave, he just cracks open one of the books you had on the table.
That's fine. You can have them. I thought that was good for Delon.
Alrighty. So with your discussion of divine artifacts and items of value that you could find or dabble into having been done, I'm going to segue to Bub for a moment. Actually, no. Evan, curious for you. Gonna leave it up to you, actually.
Hmm?
Do you want Bub to look into the Moonshaper stuff now? Or do you want me to go ahead and do the skill checks for Delon and Gildas now? And next session we can pick up with Bub's looking at
To the
Moonshaper stuff.
ladder.
Do the latter? Alrighty.
Yeah.
Cool beans. So in that case, now that we're at the final stretch of doing the skill stuff, Delon, I'll start with Gildas because it's late. Gildas, what do you wish to learn here? You have basically three days left that you could study here for.
Technically 4. 3.5.
9 3/4.
Mhm. So yeah, skill wise, I wanted to take like a general charisma class, cause kind of want to round it up to get my +1 essentially. Like maybe get some proficiency in like maybe. I feel like performance might be the most like in character thing to take.
Alrighty. So in that
So
case,
that would be one.
make me 3 flat charisma rolls.
Oh boy. So 1, and a 2, and a 3. That's awful.
It actually is, yeah. Alrighty. So I will roll 1d100 then. No more, no less.
Sorry, only have a +0. Well, then again, it's only like one time slot at 3, 9, 10. So
Alrighty. I believe you have one more time slot for this day.
yeah, I think I'll focus on charisma with that day. So do. It's even barely any better.
Roll 1d100. So that's 1 day done. You have, I believe, yeah, technically 3 days left, so.
Yeah. Well, charisma thing aside now. And yeah, I think I'll try and get expertise in Arcana and Religion now.
Alright, so you're putting the charisma
So-
thing aside for now?
Yeah, so
Alright. So which one are you going to choose first, Arcana or Religion?
let's go with Arcana.
Alrighty. Make me 3 Arcana rolls for 1 time slot. Alright. This is the part where I copy paste this for our speed. So you now have expertise in Arcana.
Nice. Well, the next is gonna be religion. So let's do this. Let's see. Exchange it, expertise, but
I believe you still have one more time slot for this day.
let's try religion again. Then I believe I still have like 2 days left technically after that.
Yes.
21. There you go. Surely.
Congratulations, you now have expertise in religion.
Nice. Now they're done on the 3rd day. 2nd day, whatever. So, this one I'll try and learn how to cast Scorching Ray.
Alrighty. Make me Arcana rolls. 3 of them.
3 of them. I am Nash +8 now. Forgot. Expertise gets +3 and not +2.
Congratulations, you know Scorching Ray.
Well, shit. Okay, well now I got all those time slots for free. So I'm gonna boost my charisma like until I can't anymore.
Alright. So let's see. So that is, I believe, one more time slot for this day, and I think you have
Yeah,
one
so
full day
4
after that.
time slots, yeah.
Yeah. So you could just roll 12 charisma rolls if you wanted.
Yep, there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Alright, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 D100 rolls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And now I'm gonna do something else. Hold on, let me open something real quick. Quit lagging, roll 20. There we go. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So roll a d4. We'll do it like this.
Uh-huh.
Huh, would you look at that? Ain't that funny? So
What
you
is?
now have 12 charisma and proficiency in performance.
Well, nice. Exactly what I wanted.
The dice gods are in your favor for that. Funny enough.
Uh-huh.
The D4 was for the charisma rolls, charisma things that you could get, essentially.
I'll go. Got my +1 now. Yay.
Yeah! Alright, so I believe that's your studying done, correct?
Yes.
Cool beans. So then, Delon, what are you going to study?
Knowing I have to review the sleep thing, I'm going all in, baby. I'm learning some skills first.
Damn it.
What?
I deleted my Scorching Ray macro.
No!
Damn.
No.
Alrighty.
Alright, so
Which
I'm gonna
skill are you
go
learning
with-
first?
alright, so between the 4 skills, which one do you think is the most important? Insight, medicine, performance, or perception?
I would say for Delon, insight.
Yeah.
Because
Alright.
Perception, insight.
I'm choosing insight for Delon because we got perception beast in the party already.
Yeah.
Alright. So if you're taking an insight course, you're basically taking a class on lie detection and how to lie better, which teaches you how to catch liars, essentially. So make
What I need to
me
know.
3 insight rolls. Excellent. So that is... Alright. So that would be I believe, the evening slot for that day. So you have, I believe, 4 days left, right? Correct? Am I correct on that? That was day 2, correct? No, that was
Yes.
like, yeah.
Day
Okay,
3. Morning of day 3.
Like you have 10 slots total.
yeah.
I was 1, so you have 9 left.
Alrighty. So make me, if you want to keep doing insight, make me 3 more for another slot. Okay. Alright. So that's 1 slot of that day. So you still have 2 slots on this day left.
Keep going inside, baby.
Alright, make me 3 more insights.
Critical.
Alright.
Haven't reached it yet.
No, you have not. Keep rolling
Jesus.
high.
You keep rolling high?
Yeah. D100 roll. Okay. Dagnabbit. Dice gods,
I'm actually
come
gonna be. I'm actually gonna get really fucking angry if I wasted all this and I only won like one thing.
It's all random. I apologize.
I wasted like 5 slots already. Fuck.
I'll either, keep
1,
going or just do
2,
something
3,
else. And then, like,
4. No, I want to get fucking insight. Fuck
Alright.
it. I will just save learning spells for falling asleep. Fuck it. Cool. First roll.
Alrighty. Okay, and I believe that's... You have, I think, 6 slots left, correct? Am I
Not
wrong?
including me falling asleep and doing shit, I think.
Yes, that does
Right.
create additional slots for a few things.
I guess before any further, sleeping slots. Is it 10 slots per day? Or
What's
10
that?
slots overall? Is it 10 slots per
slot
day or
overall.
overall?
10 slots
Overall.
overall.
three a day.
3
10
per
overall.
day, and you had 1 from the day before, essentially.
Yay.
The sleeping slots are essentially 1 additional roll. It's like 1 additional slot that you can do for learning things that you could teach yourself, essentially.
Oh, fuck. There's no point to this anymore. I literally just wasted my time. Fuck it. I'll just learn a first level spell and be done with it. I don't want to fucking waste on this anymore. We're gonna learn an illusionary script.
Alrighty. Make me 3 Arcana rolls.
Yay.
Okay. You now know illusionary script.
As I guess since I learned 1, there's no point in getting Frostbenders. If I can learn Zone of Truth and Enlarge Reduce, those seem like more important spells. So I guess I'll go for second level on some more.
Alrighty. Make me 3 more Arcana rolls. And I believe after that you have... remind me, how many more does he have? After that.
He used 1 for. He used only 1. Yeah, so. After this one, only 4 left.
Okay, okay. Alright, you have 3 slots left.
I didn't learn zone.
No.
Fuck.
Alright, you learn Zone of Truth.
All right, enlarge and reduce.
Alright.
So after this, 2 more.
Isn't this after this 1 more, or am I wrong?
No, let me see that one. But this one is the second before last.
Yeah, so after this, so this, he has 1 slot left after this, essentially, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool, you've learned Enlarge, Reduce.
Yeah.
So with 1 slot left, do you want to try the Insight thing again, or something else?
Sure. Fuck it. I mean, we might as well waste it. I feel like. Let's go. Roll 100s. Let's ruin it.
You now are proficient in Insight if you weren't already.
Yay. Huzzah.
So now you have, I believe, 3 slots for something that you could teach yourself. So if you already have proficiency, you could try to get expertise by refining it, basically practicing it at nighttime, or you could try to boost a mental stat or something at night if you wanted here.
Basically worthless at this point.
I mean, it's an extra, like, 3 rolls, essentially.
I don't have anything in medicine or performance. So, insight isn't the most important thing.
Let me see here real quick. Let me open your sheet. So you could either try to learn, try to give yourself expertise and insight, expertise and persuasion if needed, maybe animal handling. Alternatively, you could try to boost your intelligence or wisdom if you wanted.
You only get like 1 point, even if you succeed, right?
Yes, unless you get some sort of like a critical success, you could get 2.
His slots are pretty good. The only thing that I would need to get better is probably wisdom. And it doesn't really matter for his build. If I think it.
Int is useful for skill rolls, essentially.
Alright, whatever.
But it is
Sure,
easier to level up something you're already good at than to level up something you're not as good at. So there's also that as well. I think potentially like expertise in persuasion or trying to get expertise in insight are viable things to try for while you're here.
I mean, I just can do that by myself. I literally can just be on the road and be like, alright, I'm asleep. I'm just gonna spend 3 rounds doing that. It doesn't even have to be at the college, it's just wherever we sleep well, right?
Essentially, if you would take a short rest instead of a long rest and do that. And it would not be 3 rolls, it would be 1. You're getting 3 rolls here because you're spending 3 nights doing this. So you're getting 3 short rests instead of 3 like long rests in.
It's up to you guys. I mean, I'm already really good in persuasion. Like, I'm already really good. I actually don't even use persuasion. I don't even use a lot of my charisma skills.
Yeah, you do. You use persuasion all the time.
Like, I don't roll it specifically that often.
I mean, you've shown initiative to roll it quite frequently. That's why I recommended if you wanted to go for expertise, you could, because I know you use it a decent amount. If you wanted to go
Fine.
for something that's more universally useful, you could try to get expertise and insight. Alrighty. Okay, you have expertise in persuasion now.
I don't know how to expert on that.
It's okay, I can do it for you. So you click the gear, which brings you to this page. Scroll down, and there's this part at the very bottom that says skill options. And expertise. It says like expertise in history already. So I would go to persuasion and just click expertise. And then so you see it, if it changed down there at the bottom. I would ping it, but...
Yeah.
And then you go back to your skills, and it shows that you have a plus 11 in persuasion now.
Oh, okay.
Alrighty. So you learn.
Alright, I'm done.
You learned a good amount of spells and gained proficiency in insight and expertise in persuasion. Not a bad haul. Didn't get everything you wanted, but you got quite a lot out of it. But alrighty. So Gildas and Lon have finished studying as well, and with the party having everybody hit the books and just study, Golden Bowl style, we're going to go ahead and wrap it up here. Next session, we will pick up with the party reconvening, as the party likely will help Bub with the Moonshaper stuff. Feel like that's appropriate. And then they'll make their way over to the Adventurers Guild to plan their next move. Thank you all for tuning in,